vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jotunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jotun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone. In structures so massive, humanity was never truly alone on the surface. What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drown the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept, it was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese, and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before. a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive. And if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds. Upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Arataki surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports, whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment? Perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots. far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found, or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction, but the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. One such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths. Equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems, she was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually, they prove nothing. Collectively, they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed, but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many. Not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity, be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that control to weaponize, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. Institutions would struggle to reconcile of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the ocean had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation, others would reject it. Some would see opportunity, others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control. Those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins, and through it all the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances? Or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favour one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below, that they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here. And we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen, submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight, into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech, and they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, A relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water, bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences. And then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, these sounds are geological, the myth that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only these questions, that is true. It places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. as the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded. The ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes, we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path. A path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction, adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else, and perhaps, Just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps, biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mice survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes. But again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely. A new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well. Shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps, deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping, and when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, 1 central brain and 8 peripheral ones. A distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate. And they communicate not with sound, but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, the pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation, and the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix. And they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice. Shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, carving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist, the biological adaptations are possible, the technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined, a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, If there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more. Or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath, but we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun, days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them, no schedules tied to sunrise or sunset, no division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep visual art as we know it would be impossible, or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously, where deception is nearly impossible, because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves, behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight, perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical worldview, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes, our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment, where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechgy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself, We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat, but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do. With bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway, they would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides. Ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion. Composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable. Glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in three dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know. Because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shape their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned, they have not adapted, They are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet, and they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, "We survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe, water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive." There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organised patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist, they accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. What if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking. makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures, something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet. the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean does not answer. It keeps its secrets, vast and patient, indifferent to our curiosity. It rolls on, tide after tide, century after century, holding the past and the future in its depths. And we stand on the shore, staring out at the horizon, wondering what lies beneath, wondering if we will ever know, wondering if we even want to, because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some questions are meant to haunt us, to pull us forward, to remind us that the world is not a puzzle to be completed, but a story still being written. And in that story, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, the first civilization still lives. Not as fact, but as possibility. Not as history, but as myth. Not in the past, but in the eternal present of the deep, where time moves differently and the boundaries between real and unreal dissolve like salt in water. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and, somewhere in its depths, something ancient stirs, dreaming of the surface, dreaming of the sun, dreaming of the day when the waters will rise again and the hidden will be revealed. Or perhaps it dreams of nothing at all, content in the darkness, at peace in the cold, having found a home where no one will ever find it. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the mystery endures, as deep and endless as the sea itself. what if the greatest secret on Earth isn't hidden in the stars but buried beneath us? We spend our lives looking upward. We build telescopes that peer into distant galaxies. We send probes to Mars, to the moons of Jupiter, to the edge of the solar system. We search the cosmos for signs of intelligence, for proof that we're not alone. But what if we've been looking in the wrong direction all along? What if the most profound mystery isn't light years away, but miles below our feet? What if an ancient civilization never vanished at all? It just went deeper. The ground beneath you feels solid, permanent, known. But the truth is far stranger. Beneath the thin crust we walk upon lies a world we've barely touched. The deepest hole ever drilled, the Kola Super Deep borehole in Russia, reached only 7.5 miles down. That's less than scratching the surface. The Earth's crust extends up to 30 miles in some places, and beneath that lies the mantle, stretching nearly 1,800 miles deeper still. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about what exists in those lightless depths. And in that darkness, in those unmapped regions where no human eye has ever seen, could something be waiting? Could something be watching? Tonight, we descend into one of humanity's oldest and most haunting ideas, the notion that Earth is not just a planet, but a shell. That beneath the mountains and oceans, beneath the bedrock and stone, there exists another world entirely. A world of vast caverns and underground seas. A world of forgotten cities and sleeping civilizations. A world that remembers what we have forgotten. This is not just myth. It's not just legend. Throughout history, across every continent and culture, stories have emerged of beings who retreated beneath the earth, of kingdoms hidden in the deep places, of tunnels that stretch for thousands of miles, of lights seen flickering in caves that should be empty. And while science tells us one story about what lies below, the myths tell another. And sometimes, just sometimes, the two begin to overlap in ways that make you wonder. So let's begin this journey together. Let's descend into the earth itself, layer by layer, story by story, until we reach the question that haunts every explorer who has ever stood at the mouth of a cave and felt the cold air rising from below. What if they're still down there? What if they never left? And what if, after all these centuries of silence, they're beginning to wake up? The stories are older than writing itself. Long before humans carved the first symbols into stone, before the first cities rose along the Tigris and Euphrates, there were tales of the world below. The ancient Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens but also dwelled in the depths of the earth. In their mythology, the underworld wasn't just a place of the dead, it was a realm of power, of knowledge, of gods who moved between worlds. The goddess Inanna descended into this underworld, passing through 7 gates, shedding her divine garments one by one, until she stood naked before the throne of her sister Ereshkigal, queen of the deep places. What she found there changed her. What she learned there, the myths say, was never meant for mortal ears. The Greeks told similar stories. They spoke of Hades, yes, but also of deeper places. The Titans, those primordial beings who ruled before the Olympian gods, were cast down into Tartarus, a prison so far beneath the earth that an anvil dropped from the surface would fall for 9 days before reaching its floor. But Tartarus wasn't empty. It was alive with the imprisoned, with beings of immense power locked away in the dark. And the Greeks wondered, as humans have always wondered, whether those prison walls would hold forever. In Hindu tradition, the Nagas dwelled in Patala, a subterranean realm of jeweled palaces and underground rivers. These serpent beings were not demons but guardians of ancient wisdom, keepers of secrets that predated humanity itself. They lived in splendor beneath the earth, in cities more magnificent than anything on the surface. And occasionally, the myths say, they would emerge. They would walk among humans, sharing knowledge, teaching arts and sciences that seemed to come from nowhere. Then they would vanish again, descending back into their hidden kingdom, leaving only stories behind. The Hopi people of North America have their own accounts. They speak of the ant people, beings who lived in vast underground cities and who saved humanity during times of great catastrophe. When fire rained from the sky, when the world above became uninhabitable, the ant people opened their tunnels and brought humans down into the safety of the earth. There, in the cool darkness, humanity survived. And when the surface world healed, when it was safe to return, the ant people sent them back up, but the tunnels remained, the cities remained, and some say the ant people are still down there, waiting for the next time they'll be needed. These aren't isolated stories. They appear everywhere. The Tibetan Buddhists speak of Shambhala, a hidden kingdom that exists either in a remote valley or beneath the earth itself. Accounts vary, but all agree it is a place of enlightenment, of advanced beings who have transcended the limitations of ordinary existence. The Norse had their own underworld realms, places like Svartalfheim, where the dark elves dwelled in caverns lit by strange fires. The Celts told of the Tuatha De Danann, a race of godlike beings who, after being defeated in battle, retreated into the hollow hills and mounds of Ireland, creating an entire civilization beneath the green fields. And then there's Agartha. The legend of Agartha is perhaps the most persistent of all. It speaks of a vast underground kingdom, a network of tunnels and cities that spans the entire planet. According to the stories, Agartha is ruled by a being known as the King of the World, a figure of immense wisdom and power who guides the destiny of humanity from below. The capital city, Shambhala, is said to be a place of crystal towers and advanced technology, where beings of light have preserved the knowledge of ancient civilizations that fell long ago. Some versions of the legend claim that Agartha is home to survivors of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost continents, refugees who fled underground when their worlds were destroyed. The idea gained particular traction in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Explorers, mystics, and writers became obsessed with the notion of a hollow earth. In 1818, a former American Army officer named John Cleves Sims Jr. proposed that the earth was hollow and habitable within, with openings at the North and South poles. He petitioned Congress to fund an expedition to find these polar openings and explore the inner world. His petition was denied, but his ideas spread. They captured imaginations. They inspired novels like Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth and Edgar Rice Burroughs' At the Earth's Core. But these weren't just fantasies. Throughout the 19th century, serious scientists debated the structure of the Earth's interior. Without the ability to see below the surface, without seismology or modern geology, anything seemed possible. Could there be vast caverns, underground oceans, entire ecosystems thriving in the dark? The Earth was a mystery, and the idea that it might contain hidden worlds wasn't considered absurd, it was considered plausible. And then there were the accounts, the stories from people who claimed to have found entrances. In 1908, a Norwegian sailor named Olaf Jansen published a book called The Smoky God, in which he described sailing through an opening at the North Pole and discovering a land inside the Earth, lit by a small interior sun. He claimed to have spent 2 years there, living among tall, advanced beings who spoke an ancient language and possessed technology far beyond anything on the surface. His story was dismissed as fiction, but Jansen insisted until his death that every word was true. In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd, a respected American naval officer and polar explorer, allegedly made a similar claim. According to some accounts, during a flight over the North Pole in 1947, Bird's plane was drawn into a strange opening in the ice. He descended into a warm green land where he encountered beings who warned him about humanity's use of atomic weapons. They told him that they had been watching, that they had always been watching, and that if humanity continued down its current path, they would intervene. Bird supposedly recorded this encounter in his diary, though the diary's authenticity has been hotly debated. The official records of his expedition make no mention of any such event. But the story persists, and those who believe it ask, why would a decorated admiral risk his reputation on a lie? These myths and legends share common threads. They speak of beings who possessed great knowledge and power. They describe underground realms of beauty and advancement. They suggest that these civilizations didn't die. They simply withdrew. They went deeper, and they're still there, hidden beneath layers of rock and earth, watching the surface world from below. But why would any civilization choose to live underground? What could drive an advanced society to abandon the sunlight, the open sky, the surface of the world? The myths offer answers. They speak of great catastrophes, of floods that covered the earth, of fires that fell from the sky, of wars so terrible that the only way to survive was to retreat into the depths. They speak of a choice, adapt or perish. And those who went below chose adaptation. They chose survival. They built new cities in the dark. They learned to live without the sun. And over time, they became something else. Something that no longer needed the surface world at all. Could there be truth in these stories? Could ancient civilizations have actually retreated underground? The idea seems impossible, but then again, we've found cities buried beneath other cities. We've discovered entire civilizations that were lost for thousands of years, hidden beneath jungle and sand. We've learned that human history is far older and more complex than we once believed, and if civilizations can be lost on the surface, where we can see them, what might be hidden in places we've never looked? The earth keeps its secrets well, and the deeper you go, the more secrets there are. But that was only the beginning of the mystery. Because while the myths speak of underground kingdoms and hidden civilizations, modern science has revealed something equally strange. The Earth's interior is far more complex, far more mysterious than anyone imagined. And in that complexity, in those vast unexplored regions beneath our feet, there is room for possibilities that blur the line between legend and reality. Let's start with what we know. The Earth is not solid. It's layered, like an onion, with each layer possessing different properties, different compositions, different mysteries. The crust, where we live, is the thinnest layer, a fragile shell of rock that floats atop something far more dynamic. Beneath the crust lies the mantle, a thick layer of semi-solid rock that flows like honey over geological timescales. Deeper still is the outer core, a sea of molten iron and nickel that generates Earth's magnetic field. And at the very centre lies the inner core, a solid sphere of iron under such immense pressure that it remains frozen despite temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. This is the standard model. This is what we teach in schools. But here's what they don't always mention. We've never actually seen any of this. Everything we know about the Earth's interior comes from indirect measurements. Seismic waves from earthquakes travel through the planet, and by measuring how these waves bend and reflect, scientists can infer what lies below. It's like trying to understand the inside of a locked box by shaking it and listening to how the contents rattle. You can make educated guesses. You can build models, but you can't be certain, and sometimes the data doesn't fit the models. In 2014, scientists discovered something that shouldn't exist. A massive reservoir of water trapped in the mantle, about 400 miles below the surface. This wasn't liquid water. It was water molecules locked inside a mineral called ringwoodite. But the amount was staggering. Some estimates suggest there's more water in this underground reservoir than in all the oceans on the surface combined. The discovery challenged everything we thought we knew about the Earth's water cycle. It raised questions. If there's that much water down there, what else might be hidden in the mantle? What other reservoirs exist that we haven't detected? Then there are the caves. The Earth's crust is riddled with them, vast networks of tunnels and chambers carved by water over millions of years. The Mammoth Cave system in Kentucky stretches for over 400 miles of mapped passages, and new sections are still being discovered. The Sun Dung Cave in Vietnam is so large that it has its own weather system, with clouds forming inside the cavern. These caves are ecosystems unto themselves, home to species found nowhere else on Earth. Creatures that have adapted to eternal darkness, that have never seen the sun. But these are just the caves we've found. How many more exist, unmapped and unexplored? How deep do they go? In 2018, scientists discovered a network of caves beneath Antarctica, warmed by volcanic activity, where the temperature remains comfortable enough for life to thrive. They found moss, algae, and DNA from unknown organisms. If life can exist in caves beneath the ice of Antarctica, what might exist in deeper, warmer caves elsewhere? The Kribera Cave in Georgia is the deepest known cave on Earth, descending over 7,000 feet below the surface. Explorers who have reached its depths describe an alien world. Vast chambers filled with strange formations, underground rivers that disappear into cracks too narrow to follow, and a silence so profound it feels like pressure against your ears. And even at that depth, they haven't reached the bottom. The cave continues downward into darkness that no light has ever touched. What lies at the end of that descent? Where does it lead? Some researchers have proposed that vast cave systems might exist throughout the Earth's crust, connected by networks of tunnels that span continents. These wouldn't be natural caves in the traditional sense, but rather voids created by geological processes we don't fully understand. Spaces between tectonic plates, gaps left by ancient volcanic activity, chambers formed by the movement of underground water. If such networks exist, they would create a hidden world beneath the surface, a labyrinth of passages and caverns that could theoretically support life. And then there's the question of underground oceans. The discovery of water in the mantle suggests that vast quantities of liquid water might exist deep within the Earth, trapped in pockets and reservoirs we can't detect from the surface. In 2007, scientists found evidence of a massive underground ocean beneath East Asia, estimated to be the size of the Arctic Ocean. It exists in the transition zone between the upper and lower mantle, held in place by immense pressure. Could there be others? Could there be entire seas hidden in the deep places, seas that have never seen the light of day? If such oceans exist, they would be warm, heated by the Earth's internal heat. They would be rich in minerals dissolved from the surrounding rock, and they would be isolated, cut off from the surface world for millions or even billions of years. In such an environment, life could evolve along completely different paths. It could develop forms and functions unlike anything we've ever encountered. It could become something we wouldn't even recognize as life. We've already found evidence that life can thrive in the deep Earth. Microbes have been discovered living in rock nearly 2 miles below the surface, surviving on chemical energy rather than sunlight. These organisms exist in a state of near stasis, reproducing perhaps once every 1,000 years, living in a slow-motion world where time moves differently. They've been isolated from the surface for millions of years, evolving in complete darkness adapting to conditions that would kill any surface organism instantly, and yet they persist. They thrive. They prove that life doesn't need the sun. It doesn't need the surface. It only needs energy, and the Earth's interior has energy in abundance. So if microbes can live miles below the surface, what else might be down there? Could more complex organisms exist in the deeper caves, in the underground oceans, in the warm pockets of the mantle? Could evolution have taken different paths in those isolated environments, creating ecosystems we've never imagined? And if life can exist that deep, could intelligence? The idea seems far-fetched. But consider this. Intelligence evolved on Earth's surface because it provided an advantage. It helped organisms find food, avoid predators, cooperate with others. But in an underground environment, different pressures would apply. Different advantages would emerge. An intelligent species living in eternal darkness might develop senses we don't possess. Echolocation far more sophisticated than any bat. The ability to detect magnetic fields or seismic vibrations, forms of communication that don't rely on sound or light. They might build their civilizations not upward, toward the sky, but downward, deeper into the earth. They might measure progress not by how high they can reach, but by how deep they can go. And if such a civilization existed, how would we know? We can't see into the earth. We can't send probes into the mantle. We can barely scratch the surface. If an intelligent species lived just 10 miles below us, in vast caverns warmed by geothermal heat, we might never detect them. They would be invisible to us, hidden behind miles of solid rock. And we would be invisible to them, unless they chose to look up. But what if they have looked up? What if they've been watching us all along? Throughout history, there have been accounts of strange sounds coming from beneath the earth, low-frequency hums that seem to emanate from the ground itself, booming noises with no apparent source. In 2011, people around the world began reporting a phenomenon they called the hum, a persistent low-frequency sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Scientists investigated. They proposed explanations: industrial noise, tinnitus, ocean waves creating seismic vibrations, but none of the explanations fully accounted for the reports. And some of those who heard the hum insisted it was coming from below, from deep below. Then there are the seismic anomalies, earthquakes that don't fit expected patterns, vibrations detected deep in the earth that have no clear cause. In 2018, a strange seismic signal circled the globe, lasting for over 20 minutes. It was detected by sensors on every continent, but no one felt it. It was too low frequency for human perception. Scientists studied the data and concluded it was likely caused by volcanic activity near Madagascar. But the signal's regularity, its almost rhythmic pattern, struck some researchers as unusual, almost artificial, almost like a pulse. Could these sounds, these vibrations, be natural phenomena? Almost certainly. The Earth is a dynamic living planet, constantly shifting and moving. Magma flows beneath the crust. Tectonic plates grind against each other. Water moves through underground channels. All of this creates noise, vibrations, signals that we're only beginning to understand. But in that noise, in those signals, could there be something else? Could there be patterns we're missing, messages we're not equipped to hear? The Earth keeps its secrets in the deep places, and the deeper you go, the stranger those secrets become, and some believe they're not sleeping at all. Because while science explores the geological mysteries of the Earth's interior, another thread of investigation has emerged, one that exists in the shadows, in classified documents and whispered conversations, in the space between official explanations and persistent questions. This is where geology meets conspiracy, where ancient myths intersect with modern mysteries, and where the idea of a hidden civilization beneath our feet begins to feel less like fantasy and more like something that might, just possibly, be real. Let's talk about Antarctica. The frozen continent has always been a place of mystery. It's the most remote, most inhospitable place on Earth, a vast expanse of ice and rock where temperatures can drop to -100 degrees Fahrenheit, where winds howl at 200 miles per hour, where the sun disappears for months at a time. For most of human history, Antarctica was unreachable, unknown, a blank space on the map. Even today, despite decades of scientific research, much of the continent remains unexplored. The ice is too thick, the conditions too harsh, the terrain too dangerous. But beneath that ice, something strange has been found. In 1996, scientists discovered Lake Vostok, a massive body of liquid water buried beneath 2.5 miles of ice. The lake is enormous, roughly the size of Lake Ontario, and it's been sealed off from the surface world for at least 15 million years. The water is kept liquid by geothermal heat from below and the immense pressure of the ice above. When researchers finally drilled through the ice and sampled the water in 2012, they found something unexpected. Life. Thousands of species of bacteria, many of them unknown to science, thriving in complete darkness, in water that has been isolated from the rest of the planet since before humans existed. The discovery was remarkable. It proved that life could survive in the most extreme conditions imaginable. It suggested that similar lakes might exist elsewhere, under the ice of Mars, beneath the frozen surface of Jupiter's moon Europa. But it also raised questions. If complex ecosystems can exist in Lake Vostok, what else might be hidden beneath Antarctica's ice? What other lakes exist that we haven't found, and what might live in them? Then there are the anomalies. Satellite imagery of Antarctica has revealed strange features beneath the ice. Geometric patterns that look almost artificial, circular formations that don't match any known geological process and what some researchers describe as possible structures. In 2001, a team using ground-penetrating radar detected what appeared to be a massive cavity beneath the ice near the Wilkes Land region. The cavity was enormous, stretching for hundreds of miles, and its shape was unusual, too regular, too symmetrical to be a natural formation. Some scientists suggested it might be the impact crater from an ancient asteroid strike, but others wondered if it could be something else, something built. The idea sounds absurd, but consider the history. Antarctica wasn't always frozen. Millions of years ago, it was a temperate continent, covered in forests and teeming with life. Ancient maps, like the Piri Reis map from 1513, appear to show the coastline of Antarctica as it would look without ice, a coastline that wouldn't be accurately mapped by modern explorers until the 20th century. How did a 16th century cartographer have access to such information? The official explanation is that the map is based on older sources now lost, but some researchers suggest a different possibility, that the map depicts Antarctica as it existed in the distant past, before the ice, and that whoever created the original source had he actually been there. Could an ancient civilization have existed in Antarctica? Could they have built cities, developed technology, thrived in that temperate land before the ice came? And when the climate changed, when the glaciers began to advance, could they have gone underground? Could they have built vast shelters beneath the surface, using geothermal heat to survive, waiting out the ice age in the depths? It's speculation, but it's speculation that some people take very seriously. During World War II, Nazi Germany became obsessed with Antarctica. They launched expeditions to the continent, claiming a section they called New Swabia. According to official records, these expeditions were scientific in nature, focused on mapping and whaling. But rumours persisted of something more. Stories emerged of secret bases built beneath the ice, of advanced technology being tested in the frozen wastes, of expeditions searching for something specific, something the Nazis believed was hidden in Antarctica. After the war, these rumours intensified. Some claim that high-ranking Nazi officials had escaped to Antarctica, that they had established a hidden colony there, that they had discovered ancient ruins or technology left by a previous civilization. In 1946, the United States launched Operation High Jump, a massive military expedition to Antarctica led by Admiral Richard Byrd, the same Byrd who would later allegedly encounter beings inside the Earth. The official purpose of Operation High Jump was to establish a research base and test equipment in polar conditions. But the scale of the operation was unusual. It involved over 4,000 personnel, 13 ships and multiple aircraft. It was the largest expedition to Antarctica ever mounted, and it ended abruptly, months ahead of schedule. Byrd returned and gave a press interview in which he made a cryptic statement, warning that in the event of a new war, America could be attacked by fighters that were able to fly from one pole to the other with incredible speed. What did he mean? What had he seen? The official records provide no answers. The details of Operation High Jump remain largely classified, and in the absence of official explanations, speculation has flourished. Some believe the expedition encountered something in Antarctica, something that forced them to retreat. Others suggest they found evidence of an ancient civilization or made contact with beings living beneath the ice. The theories range from plausible to fantastical, but they all share a common thread: the belief that Antarctica is hiding something important, something that powerful governments don't want the public to know. And then there are the restrictions. Today, Antarctica is governed by the Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 by 12 nations and now recognized by over 50 countries. The treaty designates Antarctica as a scientific preserve, bans military activity, and prohibits mineral mining. On the surface, it seems like a reasonable agreement designed to protect a fragile environment. But some researchers point out that the treaty also restricts access. You can't just go to Antarctica. You need permits, approvals, official sponsorship. Independent exploration is effectively prohibited. Certain areas are completely off limits, designated as special zones, with no public explanation for the restriction. Why? If Antarctica is just ice and rock, why the secrecy? Why the restrictions? What are they protecting? Or what are they hiding? The questions multiply when you look at other parts of the world. In 1963, a man in Turkey discovered an entrance to an underground city while renovating his home. He had knocked down a wall and found a tunnel. Following it, he discovered Derinkuyu, a massive subterranean complex that extends at least 18 stories below the surface. The city could house up to 20,000 people, complete with living quarters, storage rooms, wells, ventilation shafts, and even a church. It was carved entirely from soft volcanic rock, and it's estimated to be at least 2,000 years old, though some researchers believe it could be much older. But Derinkuyu isn't unique. Over 200 underground cities have been discovered in the Cappadocia region of Turkey, all connected by tunnels that stretch for miles. Who built them? Why? The official explanation is that they were created as refuges during times of war, places where people could hide from invading armies. But the scale is staggering. The engineering required to excavate these cities, to create ventilation systems that work hundreds of feet underground, to build structures that have remained stable for thousands of years. It suggests a level of sophistication that seems at odds with the supposed time period of their construction. And if ancient peoples could build cities like Derinkuyu, what else might they have built? What other underground complexes exist that we haven't found? In 2017, archaeologists in Egypt discovered a massive void inside the Great Pyramid of Giza using cosmic ray imaging. The void is at least 100 feet long, and its purpose is unknown. It's not a burial chamber. It's not a passage. It's just there. Empty space inside a structure that was supposedly mapped and understood. If we can find hidden chambers in one of the most studied monuments on Earth, what might be hidden in places we haven't studied at all? There are stories of vast tunnel systems beneath the Andes Mountains, connecting ancient sites across thousands of miles. In the 1960s, an explorer named Juan Morich claimed to have discovered a massive underground complex in Ecuador, filled with metal plates inscribed with unknown writing. He said the tunnels extended for hundreds of miles, that they contained artifacts from a civilization that predated all known history. He led an expedition to the site, and some of the artifacts he brought back were examined by researchers. The metal plates were real. The writing was unlike any known language. But when Morich tried to return to the tunnels, he found the entrance sealed. The Ecuadorian government had closed it off, declaring the area restricted. Morich died in 1991, and the location of the tunnels died with him. Similar stories emerge from around the world. In Tibet, monks speak of tunnels that lead deep into the mountains, passages that connect to the legendary kingdom of Shambhala. In Peru, locals tell of the Chincana, a vast network of Incan tunnels that supposedly run beneath the entire country. In North America, Native American tribes have legends of tunnel systems used by the ancient ones, passages that lead to underground cities where the old gods still dwell. Are these just stories? Just myths passed down through generations, growing more elaborate with each telling? Perhaps. But sometimes the myths have a way of becoming real. Sometimes the stories lead to discoveries that change everything we thought we knew. In 2013, a team of researchers exploring a cave system in Mexico discovered something extraordinary. A network of tunnels that showed clear signs of artificial modification. The walls were too smooth, too regular. The passages were too straight. And deep within the system they found chambers containing artifacts, tools, pottery, and strange symbols carved into the rock. Carbon dating suggested the artifacts were over 10,000 years old, placing them in a time period when humans were supposedly still hunter-gatherers, not capable of the kind of engineering required to modify caves on such a scale. The discovery was published in a minor archaeological journal, and then largely forgotten. The site was closed to further exploration, officially due to safety concerns. But some of the researchers involved have spoken out, suggesting that what they found was only the beginning. They believe the tunnels extend much deeper, that they connect to other systems, that they might be part of a much larger network, and they wonder why no one seems interested in exploring further, why the site was closed so quickly, why their findings were buried in obscurity. The pattern repeats. Discoveries are made, questions are raised, and then silence. Access is restricted, sites are closed, information disappears into classified files or is dismissed as misinterpretation. And those who ask too many questions are labeled as conspiracy theorists, their credibility destroyed, their findings ignored. But what if they're right? What if there is something beneath us? What if the Earth is honeycombed with tunnels and chambers, some natural, some artificial, some so ancient that we can't even comprehend their origin? What if ancient civilizations did retreat underground? And what if they're still there, hidden in the deep places, watching and waiting? The evidence is fragmentary, the proof is elusive, but the questions remain. And in the absence of answers, the questions grow louder. What if they've been here all along? Because there's another layer to this mystery. one that moves beyond ancient ruins and geological anomalies into something stranger still. This is where the story shifts from what might be hidden beneath the earth to what might be actively present, not sleeping, not dormant, but aware, watching, and occasionally making contact. Throughout the 20th century, as humanity developed the technology to probe deeper into the earth, strange reports began to emerge. Miners working at extreme depths reported hearing sounds that couldn't be explained. Rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from beyond the rock face, voices echoing through tunnels that led nowhere, and in some cases glimpses of passages that shouldn't exist. In the 1970s, workers excavating a new subway line in Moscow broke through into a tunnel that wasn't on any map. The tunnel was old, far older than the city above it, and it extended in both directions into darkness. Engineers explored a short distance before the tunnel was sealed and the incident classified. Official records claim the tunnel was a forgotten sewer from the Tsarist era. But some of the workers who were there tell a different story. They say the tunnel was too well constructed, too precisely engineered to be a sewer. They say it went deep, far deeper than any sewer would need to go, and they say that when they stood at the entrance, they could feel air moving, warm air rising from below, carrying a smell they couldn't identify. A smell like ozone, like electricity, like something alive. Similar incidents have been reported from deep mines around the world. In South Africa, where some of the deepest mines on Earth descend over 2 miles below the surface, miners have reported encounters that defy explanation, shadows moving in tunnels that should be empty, equipment malfunctioning in ways that suggest interference rather than mechanical failure. And in a few cases, direct sightings, figures glimpsed in the darkness, humanoid but not quite human, moving with a fluidity that seems wrong, that seems to defy the way bodies should move in space. These reports are dismissed, of course. Miners work in extreme conditions. The heat at those depths can exceed 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The pressure is immense. The darkness is absolute. Hallucinations are common. The mind plays tricks. And yet the reports persist. And they share common elements. The figures are always described as tall, thin, with elongated limbs. They move silently. They seem to observe rather than interact. And when lights are shone in their direction, they vanish. Not by running, but by simply ceasing to be there, as if they've slipped through the rock itself. Could these be hallucinations? Almost certainly in most cases. But what about the incidents where multiple witnesses report the same thing? What about the cases where equipment captures anomalies, temperature fluctuations, electromagnetic disturbances, sounds recorded on audio equipment that no one heard at the time? What about the tunnels that appear and then disappear, sealed so quickly that there's no time to investigate, no time to ask questions? And then there are the abduction accounts. Not the famous alien abduction stories, but something else. Reports of people who claim to have been taken underground. These accounts are rare, often dismissed as fantasy or mental illness, but they share disturbing similarities. The experiencers describe being drawn to caves or mines, feeling a compulsion they couldn't resist. They describe descending into darkness, following passages that seem to shift and change. And they describe arriving in vast chambers lit by a sourceless glow, where they encountered beings who communicated without speaking, who showed them things they couldn't fully comprehend. Visions of the Earth's history, of civilizations that rose and fell, of cataclysms that reshaped the surface world while the deep places remained unchanged. One such account comes from a man named Richard Shaver, who in the 1940s began writing about his experiences in what he called the underworld. Shaver claimed to have discovered an entrance to a vast underground civilization while working in a factory. He said he spent weeks in the tunnels, encountering beings he called deros, detrimental robots, though he later clarified they weren't machines, but rather degenerate descendants of an ancient race. These beings, he claimed, possessed advanced technology and used it to influence events on the surface, causing accidents, manipulating thoughts, creating chaos. Shaver's stories were published in Amazing Stories magazine and became a sensation. Thousands of readers wrote in, claiming they had experienced similar things, that they too had heard voices from below, that they too had encountered the Deros. The scientific community dismissed Shaver's claims as delusion, but the editor who published his stories, Ray Palmer, insisted that Shaver was sincere, that he genuinely believed what he was saying, and Palmer pointed out something interesting. Shaver's descriptions of underground technology, machines that could project thoughts, devices that could see through solid matter, systems that could manipulate energy, bore striking similarities to technologies that would be developed decades later. How could a factory worker in the 1940s describe concepts like remote viewing, electromagnetic manipulation, and directed energy weapons? Was he simply a gifted science fiction writer, or had he seen something real? The Shaver mystery, as it came to be known, faded from public attention, but it left a legacy. It planted the idea that the underground world might not be empty, that it might be inhabited, and that those inhabitants might not be friendly. In the 1960s and 70s, as the UFO phenomenon captured public imagination, some researchers began to propose a radical theory, that UFOs weren't extraterrestrial at all, but rather terrestrial, that they came not from other planets, but from inside our own. The theory suggested that an advanced civilization lived beneath the Earth's surface, that they had been here long before humanity, and that they occasionally emerged to observe us, to study us, perhaps to influence our development. The theory explained why UFOs seem to appear and disappear without travelling through space, why they were often seen near bodies of water or mountains, places where entrances to the underground world might exist. It explained why ancient cultures around the world had stories of beings emerging from caves and returning to the depths. The theory was called the Hollow Earth, or Inner Earth, hypothesis, and while it was never accepted by mainstream science, it gained a following among researchers who felt that the extraterrestrial explanation for UFOs didn't account for all the evidence. They pointed to cases where UFOs were seen entering or exiting bodies of water, where they seemed to emerge from mountains or disappear into canyons. They noted that many ancient sacred sites, places like Machu Picchu, the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, were built near geological features that could potentially provide access to underground spaces. Was this coincidence? Or were these sites chosen specifically because they were close to entrances, because they were places where the surface world and the underground world came close to touching? And then there are the modern sightings. In 2004, Navy pilots encountered an object off the coast of California that defied all known physics. The object, later called the Tic Tac due to its shape, moved in ways that should have been impossible, accelerating instantly, stopping without deceleration, dropping from 60,000 feet to sea level in seconds. The pilots tracked it on radar and with their own eyes, and then it vanished. Not by flying away, but by simply disappearing. Later analysis suggested it might have entered the water. Sonar detected something moving beneath the surface at high speed, something that couldn't be identified. Could it have been a submarine? The Navy investigated and found no evidence of any submarine in the area. Could it have been a secret military craft? Possibly, but if so, it represented technology far beyond anything publicly acknowledged. Or could it have been something else? Something that came from below, that emerged briefly to observe, and then returned to the depths. The incident was declassified in 2017, and the footage was released to the public. The Pentagon confirmed the videos were authentic, but they offered no explanation for what the object was or where it came from. And the pilots who encountered it have spoken publicly about their experience, describing a sense of unease, a feeling that they were being watched, that whatever the object was, it was intelligent and aware. Similar incidents have been reported by sailors and submariners, objects detected on sonar moving at speeds that should be impossible underwater, lights seen beneath the surface, glowing with an intensity that suggests a power source far beyond anything we possess, and in some cases, direct encounters, submarines detecting other vessels in areas where no vessels should be, vessels that don't respond to hails, that don't match any known design, that simply vanish when approached. The ocean is deep. The deepest parts of the ocean floor are over 7 miles below the surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottom of our own oceans. And if there are entrances to underground civilizations, if there are passages that lead from the ocean floor into the Earth's interior, we would never know. We can't see them. We can't reach them. They would be hidden in the deepest, darkest places on the planet, in regions where the pressure would crush any human-made vessel, where the cold and darkness are absolute. But what if they can reach us? What if they have technology that allows them to move through water, through rock, through the Earth itself? What if they've been observing us for thousands of years, watching our civilizations rise and fall, studying us the way we might study ants? And what if, occasionally they make contact, not openly, not in a way that would reveal their existence, but subtly, through dreams, through visions, through encounters that can be dismissed as hallucination or fantasy? The idea sounds like science fiction, but consider this. If an advanced civilization wanted to remain hidden, how would they do it? They would avoid direct contact. They would operate in places we can't reach. They would use technology we can't detect. And if they were ever seen, they would ensure that the sighting could be explained away, that it would be dismissed as misidentification or delusion. They would hide in plain sight in the one place we never think to look, beneath our feet. And maybe, just maybe, they're not hiding anymore. Maybe they're preparing. Maybe they're watching as we dig deeper, as we probe further into the Earth, as we come closer to discovering what they've kept hidden for so long. And maybe they're deciding what to do about it. But the story doesn't end with observation and mystery, because if there is a civilization beneath the Earth, if they have been watching us, then the question becomes, what do they want? Why remain hidden? Why not reveal themselves? And perhaps most importantly, what happens when we finally dig deep enough to find them? The answer might lie in the ancient texts, in the warnings that appear across cultures and throughout history. The myths don't just speak of underground kingdoms, they speak of boundaries, of places humans shouldn't go, of depths that should remain unexplored. In Greek mythology, Orpheus descended into the underworld to retrieve his lost love, but he was warned not to look back. When he broke that rule, he lost everything. In Sumerian legend, Inanna's journey to the underworld nearly destroyed her, and she only escaped by sacrificing another in her place. The message is consistent. The underworld is dangerous. It operates by different rules, and those who venture there risk more than their lives. They risk their very souls. These warnings might be metaphorical lessons about death and the afterlife, but what if they're also literal? What if ancient peoples knew something we've forgotten? What if they had encountered the underground civilization, had made contact, and had learned that some boundaries exist for a reason? There's a concept in geology called the Kola Superdeep Borehole Incident. The Kola borehole, drilled by the Soviet Union, reached a depth of over 7 miles before the project was abandoned in 1992. The official reason for abandonment was that the drill encountered temperatures far higher than expected, over 350 degrees Fahrenheit, making further drilling impossible. But rumours have persisted for decades about the real reason the project stopped. Workers at the site reported hearing sounds coming from the borehole. Screams, they said, like thousands of voices crying out in agony. Audio equipment lowered into the hole allegedly recorded these sounds, though the recordings have never been released publicly. Some workers claim to have seen strange gases emerging from the hole, gases that caused hallucinations and paranoia, and there were reports of a creature, something that came up from the depths, something that had to be driven back down before the hole was sealed. These stories are almost certainly false. They have all the hallmarks of urban legend, dramatic details, missing evidence, second-hand accounts. But they've endured because they tap into a primal fear, the fear of what lies beneath. The fear that if we dig too deep, we might find something that was meant to stay buried. And maybe that fear isn't entirely irrational. Because as we develop the technology to probe deeper into the earth, as we drill further and explore more extensively, we're entering territory that has been untouched for millions of years. We're disturbing ecosystems that have evolved in isolation. We're potentially exposing ourselves to organisms, to substances, to conditions that we're not prepared to handle. In 2020, scientists revived microbes that had been trapped in the seafloor for over 100 million years. The microbes were alive, dormant but viable, waiting for the right conditions to become active again. What else might be waiting down there? What other ancient things might we awaken? And if there is an intelligent civilization in the depths, how would they react to our intrusion? Would they welcome contact? Would they be curious about us, eager to share knowledge and establish communication? Or would they see us as a threat, as invaders encroaching on their territory, disturbing their world, potentially endangering their existence? History suggests the latter. Throughout human history, when two civilizations with vastly different levels of technology have made contact, the results have been catastrophic for the less advanced society. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas led to the collapse of indigenous civilizations, not through direct conflict alone, but through disease, cultural disruption, and the imposition of foreign systems. If an underground civilization is more advanced than us, and if they've survived for thousands or millions of years in the harsh environment of the deep earth, they almost certainly are, then contact could be devastating for humanity. But perhaps they already know this. Perhaps that's why they've remained hidden. Not out of fear, but out of mercy. They've watched civilizations rise and fall on the surface. They've seen humanity's capacity for violence, for destruction, for turning every discovery into a weapon, and they've chosen to wait, to remain in the depths, to let us develop, to let us mature, to see if we can overcome our worst impulses before they reveal themselves. Or perhaps they're waiting for something else. Perhaps they're waiting for us to reach a certain level of development, a certain threshold of understanding. In many of the ancient myths, the underground beings don't appear randomly. They appear at times of great change, at moments when humanity stands at a crossroads. They appear to offer guidance, to share knowledge, to help us navigate transitions that we can't manage alone. The Hopi Ant people appeared during cataclysms. The Nagas shared wisdom with those who sought enlightenment. The beings of Agartha are said to guide humanity's spiritual evolution from below. What if we're approaching such a moment now? What if the environmental changes, the technological advances, the social upheavals of our current era are signs that we're reaching a threshold? And what if the underground civilization is preparing to emerge, to make contact, to offer the guidance we need to survive what comes next? There are those who believe this is already happening. That contact has been made, not publicly but privately, with select individuals or groups. They point to the sudden leaps in technology over the past century, advances that seem to come out of nowhere, that represent quantum jumps rather than gradual progress. They note the secrecy surrounding certain government projects, the classified research into exotic materials and energy sources, the rumours of recovered artefacts that don't match any known human technology. And they wonder, where did these advances really come from? Did we develop them ourselves? Or did we have help? In 1947, the same year Admiral Byrd allegedly encountered beings inside the Earth, something crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. The official explanation changed multiple times. First it was a flying saucer, then a weather balloon, then a classified surveillance device. But witnesses described debris with properties unlike any known material, metal that couldn't be cut or burned, that returned to its original shape when crumpled, that was covered in strange symbols. Where did this material come from? The official story says it was from a secret military project. But what if it came from somewhere else? What if it came from below? And what if the secrecy, the cover-ups, the classified projects aren't about hiding the existence of extraterrestrials, but about hiding something closer to home? What if governments know about the underground civilization? What if they've been in contact for decades, negotiating, trading, trying to manage a situation that could change everything if it became public knowledge? What if the reason we're told to look to the stars for intelligent life is to keep us from looking down? These are questions without answers, speculation built on speculation. But they persist because the alternative, that we're alone, that the Earth is just rock and magma, that there's nothing beneath us but geology, feels somehow incomplete. It doesn't account for the myths, the sightings, the anomalies, the persistent sense that there's more to this planet than we've been told. And maybe that sense is right. Maybe the Earth is more than a planet. Maybe it's a shell, a container, a home to multiple civilizations existing in layers, each unaware of the others, each living in their own world. We exist on the surface, in the thin layer of atmosphere and sunlight. But below us, in the darkness and heat, in the vast caverns and underground seas, another world exists. A world that was here first. A world that will be here long after we're gone. A world that watches and waits and wonders when we'll finally be ready to know the truth. But there's another thread to this mystery that's darker, more personal, and far more disturbing than geological anomalies or ancient myths. It's the thread that connects the idea of an underground civilization to something that happens with unsettling regularity. People vanishing without a trace. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people are reported missing. Most are found. Runaways who return home, adults who chose to disappear, victims of crime whose cases are eventually solved. But a percentage simply vanish. They walk into the wilderness and never walk out. They enter caves and never emerge. They disappear in places where disappearance should be impossible, where there's nowhere to go, no way to simply cease existing, and yet they're gone, completely, as if the Earth itself swallowed them. The National Park Service doesn't keep a comprehensive database of people who go missing in national parks. There's no central record, no Tongi system for tracking these disappearances. Each park maintains its own records, and the information isn't compiled nationally. Why? The official explanation is bureaucratic. Different jurisdictions, different reporting systems, limited resources. But some researchers find this suspicious. The federal government tracks everything else with meticulous detail. Why not this? David Paulides, a former law enforcement officer, has spent years investigating these disappearances. His work, documented in the Missing 411 series, has revealed disturbing patterns. People vanish in national parks and wilderness areas Under circumstances that don't make sense, experienced hikers disappear from well-traveled trails. Children wander away from their parents and are never found, despite massive search efforts. Bodies, when they're discovered, are found in locations that seem impossible, miles away from where the person disappeared, in terrain that would have been impossible for them to traverse, in areas that were searched multiple times. And the details are strange, consistently strange. People disappear near bodies of water, creeks, rivers, lakes. They disappear near boulder fields and rocky areas. They disappear in places where the geography is unusual, where there are cliffs, caves, or geological anomalies. Weather often turns bad immediately after the disappearance, hampering search efforts. Search dogs, highly trained animals with success rates over 90%, lose the scent. They track to a certain point and then stop, as if the person simply ceased to exist at that spot. Sometimes the dogs refuse to track at all, showing signs of distress or fear without any apparent cause. When bodies are found, they're often missing shoes and socks. Their clothing is sometimes removed or in disarray, even in cases where temperature suggests hypothermia wasn't a factor. And perhaps most disturbing, they're found in areas that were extensively searched. Professional search and rescue teams, sometimes accompanied by helicopters with thermal imaging, comb an area and find nothing. Then, days or weeks later, someone walks through the same area and finds the body lying in plain sight. The conventional explanations don't fully account for these patterns. Hypothermia can cause paradoxical undressing, people feeling hot as they freeze and removing their clothes, but it doesn't explain cases in warm weather, or why it happens so consistently. Disorientation can cause people to travel in unexpected directions, but experienced outdoorsmen who know the terrain disappear just as often as novices. Wild animals might explain some disappearances, but bodies would show signs of predation, and animals don't typically remove shoes or carry people miles away to locations that don't match their hunting patterns. What if there's another explanation? What if some of these people didn't get lost, didn't fall victim to exposure or animals, didn't simply wander off and die? What if they found something, or something found them? Consider the geography. Many disappearances occur in areas with extensive cave systems. The United States alone has over 50,000 mapped caves, and experts estimate that represents only a fraction of what exists. Most cave systems remain unexplored. Many haven't even been discovered. They're hidden beneath layers of soil and rock, their entrances obscured by vegetation or sealed by rockfalls. You could walk over a vast cavern and never know it was there, and caves are dynamic. Heavy rains can open new passages or reveal entrances that were previously hidden. Erosion constantly changes the landscape. A cave entrance that didn't exist last year might appear after a storm. You could hike a trail you've walked 100 times and suddenly notice an opening you've never seen before. An opening that goes down into darkness, into the deep places. What if some of these missing people found such entrances? What if they explored, driven by curiosity or the strange compulsion that caves seem to exert on certain people? And what if they descended far enough to find something that shouldn't be there? Something that made them realize they weren't alone in the darkness? Or what if they didn't find the entrance at all? What if the entrance found them? There are accounts, scattered and dismissed as folklore, of caves that appear and disappear. Openings that are seen by one person but can't be found again. Passages that seem to shift and change, leading different directions depending on when they're explored. In scientific terms, this is impossible. Caves don't move. Rock doesn't rearrange itself. But if there were an intelligence below, if there were beings who maintained tunnels and controlled access, who could seal entrances and open new ones, who could manipulate the underground geography, then caves that appear and disappear would be exactly what you'd expect to see. And if such beings wanted to remain hidden, if they needed to ensure that surface dwellers who stumbled upon their entrances didn't return to tell others, what would they do? They couldn't simply kill everyone who found an entrance. Bodies would be found, patterns would emerge, questions would be asked. But if they could take people, if they could ensure that anyone who discovered too much simply vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence, no body, no explanation, that would be far more effective. People disappear all the time, search efforts fail, cases go cold, and the underground civilization remains safely hidden. This sounds like paranoid fantasy. But consider the specific patterns. People disappear near boulder fields, areas where cave entrances are likely to be hidden among the rocks. They disappear near water, and underground rivers often surface temporarily before disappearing back into the rock, creating potential access points to deeper systems. They disappear in areas with unusual geology, exactly where you'd expect to find the weaknesses in the crust, the places where the underground world comes closest to the surface. And consider the cases where people are found alive. These are rare, but they exist. Children found miles away from where they disappeared, sometimes days later, with no clear explanation for how they survived or where they were. When questioned, they often can't or won't explain what happened. Some are too young to articulate their experience. Others claim they don't remember. And some tell stories that are dismissed as childhood fantasy, stories of being taken underground, of meeting strange people, of being in a place that was dark but not cold, where there were lights that didn't flicker like fire and sounds that weren't quite like anything they'd heard before. In 1969, a 6-year-old boy named Dennis Martin disappeared in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He was with his family, playing with other children in an open area. He ran ahead to hide behind some trees, intending to jump out and scare his father. He never emerged. Massive search efforts involving hundreds of people found nothing. No trace, no clothing, no sign of what happened. But another family, hiking in the area at the time of the disappearance, reported seeing something strange. A man carrying something through the woods, moving unusually fast, heading away from the trails toward the more remote areas of the park. They couldn't see clearly what he was carrying, but from a distance it looked like it might have been a child. The man was never identified. He wasn't part of the search party. He wasn't a park employee. He was just there, and then gone. Search dogs tracked Dennis's scent to a road, where it vanished, suggesting he might have been taken in a vehicle. But the area was remote, and no vehicles had been reported in that section. No tire tracks were found, and the witness description of the man didn't match any known individuals in the area. Dennis Martin was never found. The case remains unsolved over 50 years later, and the detail that haunts investigators is this. The witness who saw the man said he moved strangely, not like someone struggling to carry a heavy load through difficult terrain, but smoothly, almost effortlessly, as if the weight meant nothing, as if he was far stronger than a normal person should be. What if that man wasn't from the surface? What if he'd emerged from one of the many unmapped caves in the Smokies, found a child alone and vulnerable, and taken him back down into the depths? The cave entrances would have been searched, of course, but only the known entrances, only the mapped caves. If there were hidden passages, concealed openings used by beings who knew the underground territory intimately, those wouldn't have been found. The search parties would have walked right over them, never knowing they were there. This is one case, but there are hundreds of others with similar strange details. The boy in Crater Lake National Park who vanished and was found 3 days later, alive, 8 miles away in an area that had been searched. He He couldn't explain where he'd been. He said a robot grandmother had helped him. The authorities assumed he was confused, traumatized, confabulating. But what if he was describing something real? Something he didn't have the vocabulary to properly explain? What if robot grandmother was a child's attempt to describe a being that looked almost human but not quite, that moved mechanically or wore something that looked like mechanical clothing, or the experienced hunter who disappeared in the Cascade Mountains? His rifle was found leaning against a tree, fully loaded. His pack was nearby, undisturbed. But he was gone. Search efforts found no trace. 2 years later, his body was found 12 miles away, in a location that made no sense. He would have had to cross 2 mountain ridges to get there, traverse terrain that was extremely difficult even for experienced climbers, and he would have had to do it without his gear, without his rifle, in conditions that should have killed him long before he reached that location. The coroner couldn't determine cause of death. The body showed no signs of trauma, no evidence of exposure severe enough to be fatal, no indication of what had killed him. He was just dead, as if something had stopped his heart and left him there. What if he'd encountered something in those mountains? What if he'd found an entrance, or been found by something that emerged from below? What if he'd been taken underground, held for some period of time, and then returned to the surface, but not to the same location? What if the underground civilization had transport systems, tunnels that connect distant points, allowing them to move rapidly through the earth while surface dwellers struggle over difficult terrain? They could have taken him in near where he disappeared and released him, or his body, miles away, in a location that would confuse investigators and make the case unsolvable. These speculations might seem extreme, but they explain the patterns in ways that conventional theories don't. They explain why dogs lose scent trails at specific points. If a person is taken through a hidden cave entrance, the scent would stop at that spot. They explain why bodies are found in impossible locations. If they're transported through underground passages and then brought back to the surface, they could emerge anywhere. They explain the missing clothing and shoes. If someone is held in an underground environment with different temperature and conditions, their surface clothing might be removed. They explain why searches fail and then later succeed. If the person or body is underground during the initial search and only return to the surface later, the search parties would find nothing the first time and something the second time. And they explain the most disturbing detail of all: the clusters. Disappearances don't happen randomly across the landscape. They cluster in specific areas. The same locations see multiple disappearances over years or decades. Certain parks, certain wilderness areas, certain regions have far more missing persons cases than statistical probability would suggest. Yosemite, the Great Smoky Mountains, the Cascade Range, areas of Alaska, sections of Canada's wilderness. These places aren't just remote or dangerous. Plenty of remote and dangerous places have normal disappearance rates. These specific locations have patterns, repeating patterns. What if these locations are where the entrances are? What if these are the places where the underground world comes closest to the surface, where the boundaries are thinnest, where beings from below most frequently emerge? And what if the disappearances aren't accidental encounters, but something more deliberate? What if the underground civilization occasionally needs something from the surface? Resources, genetic material, information, or purposes we can't even imagine? And what if they've established collection points, specific locations where they know surface dwellers will pass, where they can observe and select individuals who meet whatever criteria they're using? The idea is horrifying. It suggests that some of the missing aren't victims of accidents or bad luck, but of selection, that they were chosen, taken deliberately, and that somewhere beneath our feet, In the deep places we can't reach, they might still be there. But we need to be careful here. It's easy to see patterns where none exist, to connect dots that shouldn't be connected, to construct conspiracy theories from coincidence and tragedy. The vast majority of missing persons cases have mundane explanations. People get lost, they make poor decisions, they're victims of crime or accident. The wilderness is genuinely dangerous, and even experienced outdoorsmen can fall victim to a moment of inattention, a sudden weather change, a simple mistake that cascades into catastrophe. And yet, there are cases that don't fit, cases where every conventional explanation has been exhausted and nothing makes sense, cases where the strangeness is so pronounced that investigators are left baffled, unable to close the case because they simply can't determine what happened. Let's look at one more in detail, because the specifics matter. In July 2015, a 19-year-old named Garen Kirk was hiking with friends in the Tonto National Forest in Arizona. The group reached a swimming hole along a creek and decided to rest. Garen told his friends he was going to walk back to their car to get something they'd forgotten. It was a simple walk back along the trail they'd just hiked. He'd done it before. He knew the route. He left the swimming hole and headed back up the trail. He never reached the car. His friends waited, then went looking for him. The trail was clear, well marked, easy to follow. There were no side paths he could have taken by mistake, but he wasn't there. They searched for hours, then called for help. Search and rescue teams arrived. They searched the trail, the surrounding area, the creek bed. They used dogs, helicopters, thermal imaging. The search expanded to cover hundreds of acres. Volunteers joined. Days passed. No sign of Garen. Not his backpack, not his clothing, not a single footprint. Nothing. The search continued for weeks, then months. The case went cold. Garen Kirk had simply vanished on a clear, well-travelled trail in broad daylight, walking a route he'd hiked less than an hour before. 3 years later, his remains were found, not on the trail, not near the creek, but 7 miles away, in a completely different canyon, in an area that had no connection to where he'd disappeared. The remains were scattered, partial, incomplete. Forensic analysis couldn't determine cause of death. There was no evidence of animal predation. The bones weren't gnawed or scattered in a pattern consistent with scavengers. They were just there, arranged almost deliberately in a location that made no logical sense. How did he get there? The terrain between the trail and where he was found was brutal. Steep cliffs, dense vegetation, areas that would have been extremely difficult to traverse. Why would he have gone in that direction? There was nothing there. No reason to leave the trail and strike out cross-country toward a remote canyon. And if he had, if he'd somehow become disoriented and wandered off, where was the rest of him? Where were his clothes, his shoes, his backpack? Why were only partial remains found? Search and rescue personnel who work the case say it's one of the strangest they've encountered. The lead investigator, in an interview years later, admitted he had no explanation. It's like he was taken somewhere else, he said, and then parts of him were brought back. I know how that sounds, but I don't have a better theory. Taken somewhere else, and then brought back. What if that's exactly what happened? What if Garen encountered something on that trail, something that the other hikers didn't see because they were at the swimming hole? What if an entrance opened, or a being emerged, and he was taken? Not killed, taken, alive, brought underground for, what? Study? Experimentation? Purposes we can't fathom? And then, after whatever was done with him was complete, parts of him were returned to the surface, not to the same location, but to a distant canyon. A message, perhaps, or a disposal, or simply the action of beings who don't think the way we do, who don't understand or care about how their actions appear to us. This is speculation built on tragedy. Garen Kirk's family deserves answers, and turning their loss into fodder for underground civilization theories might seem disrespectful. But what if the truth is stranger than the conventional explanations were offered? What if refusing to consider unconventional possibilities means we'll never understand what really happened? And Garen's case is not unique. There are dozens of others with similar details. People vanishing in areas where vanishing should be impossible. Remains found in locations that don't match where the person disappeared. Bodies showing no clear cause of death. Evidence of transport without explanation. And in some cases, strangest of all, survivors who emerge with fragments of memories they can't quite piece together. In 2017, a woman in her 30s went missing while hiking alone in Montana. Search efforts found nothing. 6 days later, she walked out of the forest on her own, 15 miles from where she'd disappeared, on the other side of a mountain range. She was dehydrated and disoriented, but otherwise unharmed. When questioned about where she'd been, she became agitated. She said she didn't remember most of it. She remembered walking, remembered realizing she was lost, and then gaps, blank spaces. She had flashes of memory, being in darkness, feeling stone around her, hearing water echoing, seeing lights that moved strangely. But she couldn't construct a coherent narrative. She insisted she hadn't climbed over the mountain, that she couldn't have. She didn't have the gear or the skill, and yet somehow she'd ended up on the other side. Medical evaluation found nothing wrong with her except dehydration. No head injury that might explain amnesia. No drugs in her system. No signs of assault or trauma. She was simply missing 6 days of memory and had travelled a distance that should have been impossible given her condition and experience level. She was asked if anyone had helped her. She paused for a long time before answering. "I think so," she said, "but they weren't. I don't think they were people. Not exactly." When pressed to elaborate, she became more agitated and refused to discuss it further. She was later diagnosed with PTSD related to the incident, but she never gave a full account of what happened during those missing days. In interviews years later, she maintained that there were things she couldn't talk about, not because she was hiding them, but because she didn't have words for them. It was like being in a dream, she said. Everything felt wrong, the proportions were wrong, the sounds were wrong, and the people, if they were people, they moved wrong, like they were imitating human movement but didn't quite understand how it worked. This description echoes other accounts from people who claim to have had encounters with underground beings. The sense of wrongness, the feeling that something is almost human but not quite, the movement that doesn't look natural, the environments that feel alien despite being underground on Earth, the gaps in memory, the difficulty articulating what was experienced, the sense of having been somewhere that shouldn't exist. Skeptics would say these are the effects of trauma and exposure. The brain under stress creates false memories, fills in gaps with confabulation, generates experiences that feel real but aren't. A person lost in the wilderness, disoriented, dehydrated, afraid, might hallucinate. They might construct memories to explain the unexplainable gaps. The strange movements they remember might be their own distorted perception. The beings might be other hikers encountered during a period of confusion. But what about the physical evidence? How did she cross a mountain range? How did she end up 15 miles away in terrain she couldn't have traversed in her condition? The skeptical explanations account for the subjective experiences but not the objective facts. She was here, then she was there. Something happened in between. What if she was taken through underground passages? What if the tunnels that allegedly exist beneath the Earth's surface provide a way to travel distances that would be impossible to cover on the surface terrain? You could enter a cave system on one side of a mountain and emerge on the other, without having to climb over it. You could travel miles through passages while barely exerting yourself. And if an underground civilization maintains these tunnels, if they use them regularly, they would know every passage, every route, every entrance and exit. Why would they help a lost hiker? Perhaps they wouldn't, intentionally. Perhaps she stumbled upon an entrance and wandered into their territory. Perhaps they found her there, in their tunnels, and rather than harm her, they simply guided her out. Not to where she entered, but to the nearest exit. To them, it might have been a matter of removing an intruder with minimal fuss. To her, it was a fragmentary nightmare she couldn't fully remember or understand. Or perhaps it was more deliberate. Perhaps they study us. Perhaps they occasionally take surface dwellers into their realm, observe them, test them, try to understand what we are and how we think. And then they return us, wiping or suppressing memories, leaving us with only fragments and confusion. We return to our world insisting something happened, something strange, but unable to prove it, unable to convince others. The perfect cover, the perfect way to maintain secrecy while still satisfying curiosity. This isn't just about missing persons, it's about the gap between what we're told is possible and what people actually experience. It's about the narratives we're given, that the wilderness is dangerous, that people get lost, that exposure and animals and bad luck explain everything, and the nagging sense that sometimes something else is happening, something we're not supposed to talk about, something we're encouraged to dismiss. And then there are the caves themselves, the entrances to the underworld if they exist, the portals between our world and theirs. Cavers, people who explore caves as a hobby or profession, have their own culture, their own stories, their own unwritten rules. And one of those rules is this: there are some caves you don't talk about, some caves where strange things happen, some caves that have a reputation. It's not formalized. There's no official list. But ask experienced cavers and they'll tell you. Certain caves have a feeling, an atmosphere. You enter them and something feels wrong. The air moves in ways that don't match the known passages. You hear sounds that don't have sources. You see lights in the distance that shouldn't be there. And experienced cavers, people who have spent thousands of hours underground, who know how to assess risk and when to trust their instincts, will tell you. When cave feels wrong, you leave. You don't explore further. You don't try to explain the anomalies. You just leave and you don't go back. Why? What are they afraid of? Ask directly, and you'll get vague answers. It's just a feeling. Experience tells you when something's off. You learn to trust your gut. But press harder. Talk to cavers who've been exploring for decades. Get them in private conversation after a few drinks, and sometimes you'll hear more. Stories about passages that seem to go on forever, far longer than the known extent of the cave system. Chambers that are too large, too regular, too smooth to be natural. Passages that show signs of tool marks, of being carved or modified, but in rock so old that humans couldn't have done it. And sometimes, very rarely, signs that someone or something else is using the caves. Recent signs, evidence of passage, marks in the mud or dust that don't look quite like human footprints. These stories don't make it into official cave surveys. They're not published in speleological journals. They're shared quietly among people who've seen similar things, who understand that talking about it too openly means being dismissed as paranoid or attention-seeking. But the stories persist, and they're more common than you might think. In the Tag region, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, where some of the most extensive cave systems in the United States are located, there are caves that are marked on maps but not explored, not because they're too dangerous or too difficult, but because they have a reputation. Cavers who entered them reported feeling watched. They found evidence of recent activity in areas that should have been untouched for millennia. They had equipment failures that couldn't be explained. And in a few cases they saw things they couldn't identify. Figures in the distance, lights that moved with apparent intelligence, passages that seemed to close off or change between visits. One caver, exploring a system in Tennessee in the late 1990s, described finding a passage that sloped downward at a steep angle. He followed it for over an hour, descending far deeper than the known extent of the cave. The walls became smoother, the passage became more regular, and then he found something that made him stop. A section of wall that was absolutely flat, smooth as polished stone, with a seam running down it like a doorway. He examined it closely. It wasn't natural. The seam was too perfect, too regular. It looked like it had been cut, like something was meant to open there. He took photographs. He marked the location carefully on his map. And then he left, because the feeling of wrongness had become overwhelming. The sense that he was somewhere he shouldn't be, that he was being watched, that something was about to happen. He reached the surface and immediately reported his findings to other cavers, suggesting a major expedition to document what he'd found. They returned a week later with the team. They followed, his map to the sloping passage. They descended for over an hour, matching his route exactly. But the smooth-walled section with the seam wasn't there. The passage ended in a natural collapse, with rubble blocking further progress. There was no flat wall, seam, no sign that the passage had ever extended further. The photographs he'd taken showed exactly what he'd described. The perfectly smooth wall, the seam, the passage continuing beyond. But it wasn't there anymore. The team searched for hours, thinking they'd somehow gotten turned around or followed the wrong route. But the rest of his map was accurate. They were in the right place. The passage had simply changed, or the doorway had been sealed, or the photographs showed something that existed only briefly, a glimpse behind a veil that had closed again. The caver never went back to that system. He continued exploring other caves, but he stopped talking about what he'd found. When asked years later, he would only say, "There are things down there. I don't know what they are, but they don't want to be found, and I think we should respect that. This is one account, but there are others, many others, a pattern of experiences that suggest the caves are not what we think they are, that some of them go deeper than mapped, connect to systems we haven't discovered, and occasionally provide glimpses of something that exists beyond our explored world. And sometimes people don't come back from these explorations. Cavers disappear underground. Sometimes their bodies are recovered, the victim of a fall, a flood, a collapse. But sometimes they're never found. The caves are searched, every passage checked, every chamber examined, and the person is simply gone, vanished into the limestone darkness. Where do they go? Did they fall into unexplored passages that haven't been found? Did they become disoriented and wedge themselves into tight spaces where they'll never be discovered? These are the official explanations, but carvers, people who know these systems intimately, sometimes wonder, because the disappeared aren't always inexperienced. Sometimes they're veteran explorers who know the caves better than anyone. Sometimes they vanish in systems that have been mapped completely, where there shouldn't be any unexplored areas. Sometimes they vanish in ways that don't make sense, and sometimes, rarely, they come back, changed. There's an account from the 1970s of a caver who disappeared in a West Virginia system. He was exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but experienced cavers sometimes bend the rules. He was due to return by evening. He didn't. A rescue team went in, searched for 3 days, found nothing. The cave was extensively mapped. There was nowhere he could have gone that they didn't check. They concluded he must have died and his body was in an area they couldn't reach. a tight passage or underwater section where it wouldn't be found. 2 weeks later, he walked into a police station 3 states away. He was disoriented, malnourished, but alive. He couldn't explain where he'd been. He had no memory of most of the 2 weeks. He remembered entering the cave, remembered exploring, and then nothing. Blank. He woke up walking along a highway in Pennsylvania, hundreds of miles from where he'd disappeared, with no idea how he'd gotten there. Medical examination found no signs of injury or drug use. He wasn't faking amnesia. His confusion and distress were genuine. He had no money, no ID, no explanation. He was simply missing 2 weeks of his life and had somehow travelled across multiple states. In later years, he had occasional flashes of memory, being in darkness that felt different from normal cave darkness, seeing structures that didn't look natural, hearing sounds, rhythmic, mechanical, purposeful, and figures, tall figures that moved smoothly through spaces that should have been too small. But the memories were fragmentary, dreamlike, and he was never sure if they were real or if his mind had constructed false memories to fill the blank space. He never went caving again. He wouldn't even enter a basement if he could avoid it. The underground, he said, was no longer safe for him. Something down there knew who he was, and if he went back he might not get out again. What are we to make of all this? The missing persons, the strange encounters, the caves that seem to lead to places they shouldn't, the people who vanish and return with no memory or emerge with stories that can't be verified. The skeptical explanation is clear. These are isolated incidents, unrelated cases that only seem connected because we're looking for patterns. Memory is unreliable. Trauma causes confusion. The wilderness is vast and dangerous. Caves are disorienting. People get lost, people die, and sometimes the circumstances are strange simply because nature is complex and we don't have all the information. This explanation is probably correct for most cases. The wilderness does kill people. Memory is unreliable. Trauma does create false narratives, but most is not all. And it's the exceptions that haunt us. The cases where every conventional explanation has been tested and found wanting. The cases where the physical evidence contradicts the official narrative. The cases where multiple witnesses report the same anomalies. The cases where the strangeness is so pronounced that even investigators admit they have no idea what happened. What if, in some of these cases, not all, perhaps not even most, but some, the explanation is exactly what it appears to be? What if people are being taken underground? What if there are entrances to deeper systems that most of us never find, but that occasionally swallow the unlucky or the curious? What if an underground civilization exists, and part of their survival strategy is ensuring that anyone who discovers too much simply disappears? It would be a perfect system. Missing persons cases are common. They're tragic but not suspicious. They're explained by natural dangers, and if a small percentage of them are actually abductions by underground beings, how would we know? How would we distinguish between someone who fell into a crevasse and died, and someone who found a hidden entrance and was taken? Between someone who succumbed to exposure and someone who was removed from the surface world? We wouldn't. We couldn't. The underground civilization would be perfectly camouflaged by the natural dangers of the wilderness. Their actions would be hidden in the statistical noise of normal disappearances. And anyone who started to see the pattern, who started to ask the right questions, would be dismissed as a conspiracy theorist, their credibility destroyed before they could make a convincing case. It's elegant in a dark way. It's the perfect cover, and it means that the underground civilization, if it exists, could have been taking people for decades, centuries, and we'd never know. We chalk it up to the dangers of the wilderness, the risks of exploration, the sad but inevitable cost of human interaction with nature, and the people who vanish into the deep places, they're gone, completely, either dead or living in a world we can't reach, in the vast chambers and tunnels that sprawl beneath the Earth's surface. Perhaps some of them adapted. Perhaps some of them survived, learned to live underground, became part of the civilization that took them. Perhaps they're there still, miles beneath us, having given up any hope of return, living out their lives in the warm darkness. Or perhaps they didn't survive. Perhaps they served whatever purpose the underground beings needed and were then disposed of. Perhaps their bodies lie in chambers we'll never find, in the deep places where no light reaches, where no human explorer will ever descend. Perhaps they're part of the earth now, returned to stone and darkness. We don't know. We can't know, not without going deeper, not without searching the places we've never searched, opening the doors we've never opened, descending into the parts of the earth that remain unmapped and unexplored. But do we want to know? Do we want to confirm that some of our missing are not lost to nature but taken by intelligence? Do we want to discover that we share the planet with beings who view us as subjects for study, as resources to be harvested, or simply as intruders to be removed? Maybe it's better not to know. Maybe the uncertainty, the mystery, the unanswered questions are preferable to the truth. Because once you know, you can't unknow. Once you understand that the ground beneath your feet conceals not just rock and earth, but passages, chambers, and potentially hostile intelligence, you can never look at the wilderness the same way again. You can never enter a cave without wondering if you'll emerge. You can never walk alone in the forest without feeling watched from below. The missing remain missing. The questions remain unanswered. And somewhere in the deep places, in the darkness beneath our feet, something might be waiting, watching, taking note of who wanders too close, who asks too many questions, who stumbles upon the entrances that are meant to stay hidden. And if you're unlucky, or perhaps, from a certain perspective, lucky, you might be next. You might find the entrance others have missed. You might descend into the darkness and discover the truth. You might meet the civilization that lives in the Earth's hollow places, and then you'll face the final question. Will they let you leave? Will you return to the surface world with your story, your proof, your confirmation that everything you wondered was true? Or will you become another statistic, another missing person, another unsolved case that families mourn and investigators puzzle over and the rest of the world forgets? The Earth has swallowed thousands of us. It will swallow thousands more. And each time we'll comfort ourselves with natural explanations, with wilderness dangers, with tragic accidents that need no further investigation. But sometimes, late at night, when you hear sounds from beneath the ground that don't quite match any natural process, when you feel the vibrations of something moving in the deep, when you stand at the entrance of a cave and feel cold air rising from below, carrying a scent you can't identify, sometimes you'll wonder. And in that moment of wondering, you'll understand that the greatest mystery isn't in the stars above, but in the depths below. The greatest danger isn't from the unknown cosmos, but from the known Earth that isn't as empty as we pretend. The civilization sleeps, or watches, or waits, and occasionally, very occasionally, it reaches up through the stone and claims what it needs from the surface world, and we never see it coming, because we're not looking down, and so we return to the question we began with. What if there's a secret civilization sleeping inside Earth? The evidence is fragmentary. The proof is elusive. Science offers explanations for most of the anomalies: natural caves, geological formations, seismic activity, the trick that isolation and darkness play on the human mind. And yet, the myths persist. The stories continue. the sightings don't stop. And in the space between what we know and what we wonder, possibility lives. Perhaps there is no underground civilization. Perhaps the Earth's interior is exactly what the textbooks say it is. Layers of rock and metal, hot and lifeless, governed by physics and chemistry and nothing more. Perhaps the myths are just stories, the sightings just misidentifications, the anomalies just natural phenomena we don't yet fully understand. Perhaps we're alone on this planet. The only intelligence, the only consciousness, the only ones asking questions about what lies beneath. But perhaps not. Perhaps somewhere in the deep places, in caverns warmed by the Earth's heart, in tunnels carved by ancient hands, in cities built when the surface world was young, something exists. Something that remembers when the continents were different shapes, when the oceans covered different lands, when humanity was just beginning to stand upright and wonder at the stars. Something that has watched civilizations rise and fall, that has seen ice ages come and go, that has survived cataclysms that erased entire species from the surface world. Perhaps they're sleeping, as the myths suggest, dormant, waiting for the right moment to wake. Or perhaps they're not sleeping at all. Perhaps they're awake, aware, watching us through means we can't detect, observing our progress, our struggles, our slow journey toward whatever comes next. Perhaps they're deciding whether we're ready, whether we've learned enough, whether we've grown enough, whether we can be trusted with the knowledge that we're not alone, that we never were, that the Earth has always been home to more than just us. And perhaps one day they'll reveal themselves, not through invasion or conquest, but through invitation. They'll open the doors we've been searching for. They'll show us the passages that lead down into the warm darkness, into the places where the old knowledge is kept, where the ancient technologies still function, where the first civilization still endures. And we'll descend, leaving the surface world behind, entering a realm that exists in myth and legend and the deepest dreams of humanity. Or perhaps they won't. Perhaps they'll remain hidden, as they've always been. Perhaps the boundary between our world and theirs will stay intact, the veil unlifted, the mystery unsolved. Perhaps we'll continue to dig and drill and explore, getting closer but never quite reaching them, finding hints and traces but never proof, living always with the question but never the answer. And maybe that's how it should be. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Maybe some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Maybe the underground civilization, if it exists, remains hidden, not because they fear us, but because they know that some knowledge changes everything, that some truth can't be unlearned, that once you know what lies beneath, you can never look at the ground the same way again. The Earth keeps its secrets well. It has kept them for billions of years, through ice ages and meteor strikes, through the rise and fall of countless species, through the entire history of life on this planet. And it will keep them still, long after we're gone, long after our cities have crumbled and our civilizations have faded into myth. The deep places will remain, the caverns will endure, and whatever lives there, whatever watches from below, will continue its ancient vigil, patient and eternal, waiting for the day when the surface world is ready to know the truth. Until then, we walk on the thin crust of the earth, building our cities, living our lives, looking up at the stars and wondering if we're alone. And beneath our feet, beneath the concrete and soil, beneath the bedrock and stone, beneath the miles of darkness and heat, something might be looking back. Something might be wondering the same thing. Something might be waiting for us to finally look down. The question remains, the mystery endures. And in the quiet moments when you stand alone in the darkness, when you feel the solid ground beneath you and wonder what lies below, You might sense it, a presence, ancient and vast, hidden in the deep places of the earth. You might feel the weight of all that stone, all that history, all those millions of years of secrets kept in the dark. And you might wonder, just for a moment, if the myths were right all along. If somewhere beneath us, in the warm darkness, in the forgotten places, a civilization sleeps, or watches, or waits, and you might wonder what will happen when they finally wake up. But there's another dimension to this mystery that we haven't fully explored yet, one that takes us beyond the physical evidence and into something more unsettling, the psychological dimension. The question of why this idea resonates so deeply, why it appears in cultures that had no contact with each other, why it persists despite science's assurances that nothing could survive in the conditions we know exist deep within the earth. Is it just human imagination, our tendency to populate the unknown with meaning, to fill empty spaces with stories? Or is it something else, something more fundamental? What if the reason we keep telling these stories, keep returning to this idea of civilizations beneath our feet, is because somewhere in our collective memory we remember them? What if the myths aren't fantasies but records, distorted by time, yes, garbled by transmission across countless generations, but records nonetheless of something that actually happened? There's a concept in psychology called genetic memory, or ancestral memory. The idea that experiences from our ancestors' lives can be passed down through generations, encoded somehow in our DNA or our collective unconscious. The science on this is controversial, but studies have shown that trauma can affect gene expression, that mice can inherit learned fears from their parents, that experiences might leave markers that persist across generations. If this is true, even partially, then what might we have inherited from our ancestors? What memories might be sleeping in our genes, waiting to be triggered? And what if one of those memories is this? The memory of the time when we weren't alone on this planet, when we shared the earth with something else, something that eventually retreated below. What if the reason we feel uneasy in deep caves, why darkness beneath the ground triggers a primal fear, different from the fear of darkness above ground, is because our ancestors learned to fear what lived at those depths? What if the myths aren't warnings about death and the afterlife, but warnings about something real, something our distant ancestors encountered and fled from? Consider the timeline. Modern humans have existed for roughly 300,000 years, but civilization, cities, writing, organized agriculture only emerged about 12,000 years ago. That leaves nearly 300 millennia of human history that exists only in archaeology and inference. We know humans during that time were just as intelligent as we are. They had the same brain capacity, the same cognitive abilities. They survived ice ages, megafauna, environmental catastrophes. They spread across the entire planet. But we have almost no record of their lives, their discoveries, their encounters. What happened during those missing millennia? What did they see? What did they learn? And what did they forget? There's a theory proposed by some researchers studying ancient catastrophe myths that human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, that we're not the first advanced society to develop on Earth, just the most recent. The theory points to anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that seem too advanced for their supposed time period, structures that show evidence of technologies we didn't think existed, knowledge preserved in ancient texts that shouldn't have been possible for people to possess. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off Greece, is a mechanical computer from the 2nd century BC, so sophisticated that nothing comparable would be built again for over 1,000 years. The precision of the Great Pyramid's construction, aligned to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree, using blocks weighing up to 80 tons, transported from quarries hundreds of miles away. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs only fully visible from the air, created by a culture that supposedly had no flight capability. These could be isolated examples of human ingenuity, cultures that achieved remarkable things with limited technology, or they could be remnants, echoes of knowledge that came from somewhere else, passed down from a previous iteration of civilization, or shared by something that existed alongside humanity. And if previous civilizations existed and then collapsed, where did they go? Some would have simply died out, their knowledge lost, their people absorbed into the surviving populations. But what if some of them survived? What if they saw the catastrophe coming? The flood, the ice age, the meteor impact, and they prepared? What if they went underground? The geology supports the possibility. During the Younger Dryas period, about 12,800 years ago, the Earth's climate underwent a dramatic and sudden shift. Temperatures plunged, ice advanced. The change happened so rapidly that some scientists believe it could have occurred over the span of a single decade. Entire ecosystems were transformed. Megafauna went extinct, and human populations, which had been growing and spreading, suddenly contracted. The archaeological record shows a gap, a period where human activity seems to diminish, where settlements are abandoned, where the signs of civilization temporarily vanish. What happened to those people? Where did they go? The standard answer is that they died, that populations crashed due to the harsh conditions. But what if some of them didn't die? What if some of them found shelter in the one place the ice couldn't reach? Underground. Caves would have been the obvious choice. They maintain relatively stable temperatures year-round. They provide protection from wind and weather. Many contain water sources, and in a world where the surface had become uninhabitable, where glaciers covered the land and temperatures made survival impossible, caves would have been humanity's last refuge. But here's where it gets interesting. If populations sheltered in caves for an extended period, decades, centuries, what would happen to them? How would they adapt? We know humans are incredibly adaptable. We've evolved to survive in nearly every environment on Earth. But evolution requires time and pressure. It requires generations living under specific conditions, with specific challenges. And it requires isolation. Populations cut off from the main genetic pool, developing traits in response to their unique environment. What traits would develop in populations living underground? Reduced pigmentation, certainly. Without sunlight, melanin provides no advantage. Enhanced night vision or sensitivity to low light. Possibly changes in hearing, in the ability to navigate by sound and echo. Changes in metabolism to adapt to different food sources, different temperatures. And over many generations, over thousands of years of living in darkness, who knows what else might change? There are animals that have adapted to cave life, species that have evolved in complete darkness for so long that they've lost all pigmentation, all eye function. They navigate by sensing vibrations in the air and water. They've developed elongated limbs for moving through tight spaces. They've become something distinct from their surface-dwelling ancestors. And if this can happen to fish, to salamanders, to insects, why not to humans? What if some of those populations who went underground during the Younger Dryas never came back up? What if they adapted so completely to subterranean life that they lost the ability or the desire to return to the surface? And what if they continued to evolve, to develop, to build their own civilization in the depths while the rest of humanity slowly rebuilt on the surface? It would explain the myths. Every culture has stories of pale beings who live underground, who emerge occasionally but prefer the darkness. In European folklore, they're called the Dverga or dwarves, beings who live in mountains and caves, master craftsmen who create objects of incredible power. In Irish mythology, the Tuatha De Danann retreated into the Cid Mounds, becoming the fairy folk who live in an underground realm. In Norse tradition, the Svartalfar or Dark Elves dwell beneath the earth in Svartalfheim. In Japanese folklore, the Tsuchigumo are spider-like beings who live in caves and tunnel networks. These descriptions share common elements. The beings are typically described as shorter than surface humans, or sometimes taller and thinner. They have pale skin. They possess advanced knowledge of metallurgy, of crafting, of technologies that seem magical to surface dwellers. They're sensitive to sunlight. They prefer the underground, and they're often depicted as having an ambiguous relationship with surface humanity. Sometimes helpful, sometimes hostile, but always separate, always other. What if these aren't fantasy creatures? What if they're descriptions of real populations, human populations that diverged from the surface branch thousands of years ago and adapted to subterranean life? The details would have been distorted over time, certainly. Oral traditions transform reality into myth, but the core might be real. The memory of encountering people who looked different, who lived differently, who possessed knowledge that seemed impossible, but who were fundamentally human, or at least had once been. This would also explain why the myths speak of these beings possessing advanced technology. If a population survived underground through a catastrophic period, they would have needed to develop sophisticated solutions to enormous challenges. How do you breathe in sealed underground spaces? You need ventilation systems. How do you grow food without sunlight? You need artificial light sources or alternative food production methods. How do you navigate vast tunnel networks in complete darkness? You need mapping systems, lighting, possibly echolocation, or other sensory enhancements. And if they were developing these technologies 12,000 years ago, while surface populations were still rebuilding, still working with stone tools and basic agriculture, what would they have by now? How far could their technology have advanced over 12 millennia of continuous development, uninterrupted by the wars and collapses that set back surface civilizations again and again? This brings us to one of the most intriguing aspects of the underground civilization theory, the question of technology. Because if such a civilization exists, if they've been developing in isolation for thousands of years, their technology would be fundamentally different from ours. It would have evolved to solve different problems, to work in different environments, and it might operate on principles we haven't even discovered yet. Think about how our technology developed. We built upward. We created agriculture that depends on sunlight. We developed metallurgy that requires open-air furnaces and abundant fuel. We invented the wheel because we needed to transport things across horizontal distances. We created flight because we wanted to move through the air. Every piece of technology we've developed is optimized for surface living, for an environment with specific characteristics: sunlight, open space, atmosphere, gravity acting in a familiar way. But underground, the constraints are completely different. You can't build upward. You have limited vertical space. You can't depend on sunlight for energy or food production. You can't use traditional combustion because it consumes oxygen and produces toxic gases. You can't navigate by line of sight because sight itself is limited. Every single challenge requires different solutions. So what would underground technology look like? For energy, they might use geothermal sources. The Earth's internal heat is constant and enormous. The deeper you go, the hotter it gets. Civilization with access to those depths would have effectively unlimited energy. They might have developed geothermal power generation thousands of years before we even conceived of it. They might be able to tap into heat sources that we can't reach, using materials and techniques adapted to extreme temperatures and pressures. For light, they might have developed bioluminescence, organic lighting systems using modified bacteria or fungi that produce light through chemical reactions. We're only now beginning to experiment with bioluminescent technology, but a civilization that spent millennia underground would have had strong evolutionary pressure to develop such systems. Or they might use minerals that phosphoresce or fluoresce, stones that store energy and emit light. Or they might have learned to see using non-visible wavelengths, developing the ability to perceive infrared or ultraviolet light. For food production, they might have perfected fungiculture, growing fungi that can thrive in darkness, that can break down rock and minerals into nutrients. They might have developed hydroponic systems that don't require sunlight, using artificial lighting or chemical processes to fuel plant growth. Or they might have moved beyond organic food entirely, developing synthetic nutrition or finding ways to directly metabolize minerals and chemical energy. For transportation, they wouldn't need wheels or vehicles that move across surfaces. Instead, they might use systems optimized for three-dimensional movement through tunnel networks, vertical transport, systems that can navigate narrow passages and sudden drops, possibly vehicles that interact directly with the rock itself, that can somehow move through solid matter or manipulate it. The UFO reports of objects that seem to merge with mountains, that disappear into rock faces, might be observations of such technology in use, and for sensing and communication, they might have developed systems that work through solid rock. Sound travels through rock, but differently than through air. They might communicate using low-frequency vibrations that can traverse miles of stone. They might navigate by sensing electromagnetic fields in the rock, or by detecting minute seismic vibrations. They might have what we'd call a sixth sense, abilities that seem paranormal to us but are simply evolved or engineered capabilities for thriving in their environment. Some of these technologies would seem like magic to us. If you showed a medieval person a smartphone, they'd think it was sorcery. If a subterranean civilization showed us their technology that operates on principles we don't understand, using energy sources we haven't learned to tap, we'd struggle to even comprehend what we were seeing. We'd describe it in terms of our own frameworks, as supernatural, as impossible, as violating the laws of physics, when really it's just physics we haven't discovered yet. This might explain some of the more bizarre aspects of UFO encounters, the objects that accelerate impossibly, that make right-angle turns at high speed, that seem to ignore inertia and gravity. If these aren't alien craft but terrestrial technology from an underground civilization, technology that manipulates gravitational fields or uses propulsion systems we haven't conceived of, then the seemingly impossible movements become merely advanced. The craft that disappear into mountains or water aren't travelling to other dimensions. They're going home, returning to the depths. It might also explain the electromagnetic effects often reported around UFO encounters. Compasses spinning wildly, electronics malfunctioning, vehicles losing power. If underground technology relies heavily on electromagnetic manipulation, for power, for propulsion, for communication, then when it operates near the surface, it would create interference. It would disrupt our relatively primitive electronic systems the way a powerful magnet disrupts a compass, and it might explain why encounters with these craft rarely result in direct contact. If an underground civilization wanted to remain hidden, they would minimize interaction with surface dwellers. They would observe from a distance. They would use drones or remotely operated craft. They would show themselves just enough to monitor our development, our capabilities, our intentions, but not enough to confirm their existence. They would stay in the shadows, in the spaces between proof and possibility. But why? If they possess such advanced technology, if they're so far ahead of us, why hide? Why not reveal themselves, make contact, share their knowledge? The answer might be simple: survival. Throughout human history, whenever a technologically advanced civilization has encountered a less advanced one, the result has been conquest, colonization, exploitation. The advanced civilization, confident in its superiority, imposes its will on the weaker one. Resources are extracted, populations are subjugated, cultures are destroyed. It's a pattern that has repeated across every continent, in every era of human history. An underground civilization would know this pattern. They might have witnessed it playing out on the surface for thousands of years. They might have watched as empires rose and fell, as stronger nations conquered weaker ones, as technological advantage always translated to dominance. And they would understand that if they revealed themselves, if surface humanity knew they existed, we would eventually come for them. Not out of malice necessarily, but out of the same drives that have fueled human expansion since the beginning: curiosity, greed, the desire for resources, the compulsion to explore and claim everything we can reach. We would want their territory, the vast underground spaces they inhabit. We would want their resources, the minerals, the geothermal energy, the underground water. We would want their technology, the power systems, the transportation methods, whatever breakthroughs they've achieved, and we would take them the way we've taken everything else, the way we've destroyed indigenous populations, ecosystems, anything that stood in the way of expansion. So they hide, not because they're weak. If their technology is as advanced as we suspect, they could probably defend themselves effectively. But because conflict would be costly for both sides. Because once their existence became known, the secret couldn't be contained. Because the moment surface humanity confirmed that habitable spaces existed underground, that resources were available, that another civilization was there, we would find a way to reach them. We would dig deeper. We would send expeditions. We would find the entrances, and everything would change. From their perspective, remaining hidden isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's the choice to avoid a confrontation that serves no purpose, to maintain a separation that benefits everyone. They live in their world, we live in ours, and as long as the boundary holds, as long as we don't discover them, both civilizations can exist in parallel, occupying the same planet but inhabiting different realms. But boundaries don't hold forever, because we keep digging. We can't help ourselves. It's in our nature to explore, to probe, to push deeper into every frontier we can find. And with each passing decade, our technology improves. We drill deeper, we map more extensively, we develop tools that can see through solid rock, that can detect voids and chambers miles below the surface. We're getting closer, and if there is something down there, something that has remained hidden for thousands of years, we're approaching the moment when hiding becomes impossible. Consider the progress we've made. The Kola Super Deep borehole reached 7.5 miles. The Sakhalin well, drilled for oil extraction, extended over 7.7 miles, though at an angle rather than straight down. The current technology for deep drilling is far more advanced than what existed even 20 years ago. We can drill in higher temperatures, in harder rock, with greater precision, and we're motivated to go deeper for geothermal energy, for mineral resources, for scientific research. There are proposals now for drilling projects that would penetrate the Earth's mantle, reaching depths of over 9 miles. The International Ocean Discovery Program has plans to drill through the oceanic crust, which is thinner than continental crust, to access the mantle directly. If successful, these projects would reach depths no human technology has ever touched. They would penetrate regions that have been sealed off from the surface for billions of years. What would we find there? Scientifically, we'd gain invaluable data about the Earth's composition, its formation, its internal dynamics, But what else might we find? What if those depths are where the boundary exists? What if 9 miles down we break through into something that isn't just rock and heat, but space, chambers, infrastructure, and even if we don't reach their actual living spaces, we might reach their territory. We might drill into regions they consider theirs, that they've marked as off-limits, and they would notice. They would detect the vibrations, the disturbance, the intrusion into areas they've kept sealed. What would they do? Would they simply avoid the intrusion, moving their operations to different areas? Or would they respond? Would they take action to protect their territory, their secrecy, their survival? There have been incidents that suggest the latter might be true. Drilling projects that have encountered unexpected problems, equipment failures that couldn't be explained, anomalous seismic activity around drill sites, and in a few cases projects that were abruptly cancelled with vague explanations about budget constraints or technical difficulties. In 2009, a deep drilling project in Iceland designed to tap into geothermal resources was suddenly terminated. The official explanation was that the drill had accidentally penetrated a magma chamber, creating conditions too dangerous to continue. But some of the engineers involved reported strange readings before the shutdown, electromagnetic anomalies that didn't match volcanic activity, vibrations that seemed artificial rather than geological. The drill site was sealed, and further exploration in that area was prohibited. Why? If they had successfully reached a magma chamber, that would be a breakthrough. The first time humans had directly accessed molten rock. It would be a scientific triumph. But instead, the project was buried, the data classified, the site abandoned. Similar incidents have occurred elsewhere. A mining operation in South Africa that was closed after workers reported hearing mechanical sounds coming from beyond the rock face. Sounds that couldn't be explained by any known geological process. A tunnel excavation in China that stopped abruptly when scanners detected a large void ahead. A cavity that shouldn't exist according to the geological surveys. The project was rerouted, the original tunnel sealed, and no official explanation was provided. These could be coincidences. Every large-scale drilling or excavation project encounters unexpected challenges. Equipment fails. Conditions are harsher than anticipated. Safety concerns force shutdowns. It would be irresponsible to continue projects that pose danger to workers or the environment, and the fact that these incidents occur across different countries, different contexts, different types of projects, might simply reflect the universal challenges of working at extreme depths. But the pattern is interesting. Projects that suddenly stop when they reach certain depths, sites that are sealed rather than simply abandoned, explanations that feel incomplete, and in several cases reports from workers of things that don't fit the standard narrative. Sounds, sightings, readings on equipment that suggest something other than natural geology. And then there's the official secrecy. Many countries have classified projects related to deep earth exploration. The reasons given are usually economic, protecting information about resource deposits, maintaining competitive advantage in mining or energy production. But some researchers point out that the level of classification seems excessive. Why would geological data be considered a matter of national security? Why would information about what exists 10 miles underground be treated as more sensitive than information about satellites or military technology? Unless what they found isn't just geology. Unless the classification isn't about protecting economic interests, but about preventing panic, maintaining social stability, managing a truth that most people aren't ready to handle, that we're not alone on this planet, that something else is down there, and that we're getting close to finding it. The governments would have a difficult choice to make if deep drilling projects confirmed the existence of an underground civilization If they found clear evidence of artificial structures or detected signs of intelligent activity, what would they do? Announce it to the world? The implications would be staggering. Every assumption about human history, about our place on Earth, about our uniqueness would be challenged. Religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the discovery with their doctrines. Economic systems would destabilize as people questioned whether resources belonged to surface humanity or were shared with the underground inhabitants. Military forces would mobilize, preparing for potential conflict with an unknown entity. Or would they keep it secret? Would they classify the information, limit access to a small group of officials and scientists, and work quietly to understand the situation before making any public announcements? Would they try to establish covert contact, to negotiate, to determine the intentions and capabilities of the underground civilization before revealing their existence? History suggests they would choose secrecy. Governments have consistently classified information they believe could cause social disruption. The truth comes out eventually, but slowly, in managed doses, after preparations have been made to handle the consequences. And if the truth is that we share this planet with another intelligent civilization, one that possesses technology beyond ours, one that has been here longer than us, one that might view our expansion as a threat, that truth would be managed very carefully indeed. But secrets don't hold forever. They leak, they fragment. Pieces emerge in different places, a testimony here, a document there, a pattern that researchers piece together from disparate sources, and gradually the secret stops being a secret and becomes instead an open question, something that enough people know about that denial becomes impossible, but not so many that it forces official acknowledgement. We might be at that point now. The idea of an underground civilization, once dismissed as pure fantasy, has gained enough traction that it's discussed seriously in some circles. Documentaries explore it. Researchers investigate it. And while mainstream science still rejects the notion, the rejection feels less certain now, more defensive, because the evidence keeps accumulating, the anomalies keep appearing, the questions keep multiplying, and perhaps, just perhaps, we're approaching the moment when the truth becomes undeniable. But what would that truth actually look like? If we confirmed that an underground civilization exists, if we somehow made contact or discovered proof of their presence, what would we actually be dealing with? What would they be like, these beings who have lived beneath the earth for thousands of years? The answer depends on how long they've been separated from surface humanity. If the separation occurred 12,000 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, then we're talking about roughly 500 generations of isolated evolution and cultural development. That's enough time for significant changes to occur, physical adaptations to the environment, cultural divergence, technological progress along completely different paths. Physically, they might be recognizable as human but distinct. Pale skin from lack of sun exposure, possibly completely white or even translucent. Eyes adapted to darkness, perhaps larger to gather more light, or perhaps atrophied if they rely on other senses for navigation. Changes in body proportions to suit three-dimensional movement through tunnels, possibly shorter and stockier for stability in enclosed spaces, or possibly taller and thinner for navigating vertical shafts. Differences in bone density to handle different gravitational stresses, different pressures, enhanced hearing and tactile senses, possibly biological bioluminescence, the ability to produce light through chemical reactions in their skin or eyes. Some of these traits would make them appear alien to us, despite sharing common ancestry, not immediately recognize them as human, and they probably wouldn't recognize us as kin either. 12,000 years of separation, after adapting to such different environments, The physical differences would be substantial enough that both might view each other as something foreign. Culturally, the divergence would be even greater. Culture evolves faster than biology, changing with each generation, shaped by environment, technology, challenges, values. A civilization that has spent 12 millennia underground would have developed completely different cultural frameworks from surface humanity. Their concept of space would be fundamentally different. We think horizontally, in terms of land, territory, geographical boundaries. We build along the surface, spreading outward. They would think vertically and three-dimensionally. Their cities would extend up and down, interconnected through multiple levels. Their concept of territory would be volumetric rather than planar, and their sense of claustrophobia and agoraphobia would be inverted from ours. They might feel exposed and vulnerable in open spaces, comfortable only when surrounded by stone. Their relationship with darkness would be different. We fear the dark, instinctively associating it with danger and the unknown. They would embrace it, see it as natural, possibly even prefer it to light. Darkness would be their medium, the element in which they're most comfortable. An exposure to bright light might be painful, disorienting, harmful to eyes adapted to low-light conditions. Their social structures might be vastly different. Underground living imposes certain constraints. Space is limited. Resources must be managed carefully. Ventilation and climate control are critical. This might lead to more collectivist social organizations, where individual desires are subordinated to the needs of the group, where careful planning and cooperation are essential for survival. Or it might lead to rigid hierarchies, with strict control over resources and movement. Or it might result in something we don't have a framework for, social structures adapted to their specific environment and challenges. Their technology, as we've discussed, would operate on different principles, but their science would be different too. They wouldn't have astronomy, no stars to observe, no sky to study. Their understanding of physics might be more advanced in some areas, seismology, thermodynamics, material science under extreme pressure, and less developed in others, optics, aerodynamics, atmospheric science. They might have discovered principles of physics that we haven't, because they encountered phenomena we never experience on the surface, and they might be completely ignorant of things we take for granted. Their art would be adapted to their senses. Music might be their primary art form, since visual art would be limited in darkness. Or they might create art using textures, shapes that are appreciated through touch rather than sight. Or they might use bioluminescence in ways we'd find beautiful and strange, creating light paintings in the darkness. Their literature and storytelling would reflect their values, their history, their unique perspective, stories about the deep places, about survival, about the world above ground viewed as a strange and dangerous realm. And their religion, their philosophy, their understanding of existence would be shaped by their environment. They live inside the earth, surrounded by rock, with heat rising from below and cold descending from above. They might view the earth itself as a living entity, as mother and protector. They might have creation myths about emerging from the stone, about being born from the planet's heart. They might see surface dwellers as those who abandoned the true world, who fled to the thin and dangerous realm above. Or they might view us with pity, as primitive cousins who never learned to thrive in the depths. In other words, if we met them, if we somehow established contact, we wouldn't be meeting humans who live underground. We'd be meeting a different species, or at least a different branch of humanity, that has diverged so far from us that meaningful communication would be challenging. We'd be dealing with beings whose psychology, motivations, and worldview are fundamentally alien to our own. And that's the optimistic scenario. the one where they're still recognizably related to us, where communication is possible even if difficult. But what if the separation is older? What if the underground civilization didn't emerge 12,000 years ago, but much earlier? What if they're not an offshoot of Homo sapiens, but a parallel branch of human evolution, or even a separate species entirely that evolved intelligence independently? The fossil record shows that multiple species of hominids existed simultaneously for much of our evolutionary history. Homo sapiens coexisted with Neanderthals, Denisovans, Homo erectus, possibly others. These species interbred occasionally. Most humans today carry Neanderthal DNA, but they were distinct, with different physical characteristics, different behaviors, different adaptations. What if one of these species, rather than going extinct, went underground? What if they survived by retreating into caves and never came back out? Neanderthals, for instance, were already adapted to cold environments, with stockier builds and larger nasal cavities. They used caves extensively, showed evidence of sophisticated tool use and possibly symbolic thought. If a population of Neanderthals had survived by going deeper into cave systems, if they had continued to evolve in that environment for the past 40,000 years, what would they be now? Would they still be Neanderthals, or would they be something new, something shaped by 2,000 generations of subterranean existence? And what if the separation is even older? What if there's a branch of hominid evolution that diverged millions of years ago, that never lived on the surface at all, that evolved intelligence in the underground environment while our ancestors were still learning to walk upright in the African savannah? They would be so different from us that we might not recognize them as related at all. They might have body plans adapted to their environment in ways we can't imagine. They might think in ways we can't comprehend. They might be to us what we are to apes, similar in some ways, but operating on a different level with capabilities we can barely recognize as intelligence. This is perhaps the most unsettling possibility. Not that there's another civilization beneath us, but that there's another form of intelligence entirely. Something that evolved alongside us but separately. Something that shares the planet but not our history. Something that is as alien to us as any creature from another world, but infinitely closer, separated by just a few miles of rock. And if such intelligence exists, what are its intentions toward us? Does it view us with curiosity, with indifference, with hostility? Has it been watching us, studying us, waiting to see what we become? Or has it been largely unaware of us, as we've been unaware of it, both species living in separate worlds that rarely touch? The truth is, we have no way to know. We can speculate, theorize, extrapolate from the fragments of evidence and story. But until contact occurs, if it ever does, the underground civilization remains a mystery, a question without an answer, a possibility that hovers between myth and reality, tantalizingly close to proof, but never quite reaching it. And maybe that's where it will stay. Maybe we'll never know for certain. Maybe the deep places will keep their secrets. And maybe we'll continue to walk on the surface of the earth, building our cities and living our lives, while below us, in the warm darkness, another world continues its ancient existence separate and unknowable. Or maybe one day soon the boundary will break. We'll dig too deep. We'll find the entrance. We'll make contact. And everything we thought we knew about the world, about humanity, about our place in the universe will change forever. Until then, the question remains. The mystery endures. And when you stand on solid ground, when you feel the earth beneath your feet, you might remember that solid ground is thin, a fragile shell floating atop a vast and hidden world. And you might wonder what's down there, in the depths we've never seen. You might wonder if they're wondering about us too. And so we stand at the edge of the unknown. The evidence is compelling but not conclusive. The stories persist but remain unprovable. Science dismisses the idea, yet cannot fully explain all the anomalies. The deep places of the earth remain unexplored, their secrets intact. Perhaps this is how great mysteries are meant to exist, not in the realm of confirmed fact or complete fiction, but in the space between, in the realm of maybe, because that space, that uncertainty, that possibility keeps us looking, keeps us questioning, keeps us curious about the world we inhabit. And isn't that what we need? In an age where so much has been mapped and categorized, where satellites can photograph every square inch of the surface, where it seems like all the great discoveries have been made, don't we need mysteries? Don't we need to know that there are still frontiers, still unknowns, still places where anything might be possible? The underground civilization, whether real or imagined, serves that purpose. It reminds us that the earth is deeper than we can reach, stranger than we can imagine, and full of possibilities we haven't exhausted. It reminds us that beneath the mundane surface of daily life, beneath the familiar ground we walk on, there might be wonders and terrors beyond our comprehension. And it reminds us that we're still explorers at heart, still driven to seek out the hidden places, to shine light into the darkness, to answer the questions that have haunted humanity since the beginning. What else is out there? What have we missed? What's waiting to be discovered? The answer might be nothing. The depths might be exactly what science says they are. Rock and heat and pressure, magnificent in their own way but lifeless, empty of intelligence or civilization. Or the answer might be everything. The confirmation that we're not alone, that Earth harbours mysteries greater than we imagined, that the old stories were true in ways we never suspected. We won't know until we look, until we go deeper, until we push past the boundaries of what we think is possible and venture into the true unknown. And when we do, if we do, we'll finally have our answer. Until then, the civilization sleeps in the depths, or watches, or waits. And we walk above them, oblivious or nearly so, lives on the thin surface of a world that is far stranger, far deeper, and far more mysterious than we ever dared to believe. The ground beneath you is not as solid as it seems. The darkness below is not as empty as you think. And the old myths, the persistent stories, the legends that refuse to die, maybe they're trying to tell us something we're not quite ready to hear. Maybe they're warning us. Maybe they're preparing us. Maybe they're simply reminding us of what our ancestors knew and we forgot. That the earth has secrets, that the deep places are alive, and that when you descend far enough, when you go deep enough into the darkness, you might find more than rock and stone. You might find the truth, and the truth might be looking back. Right now, a mysterious object is through our solar, unlike anything we've ever seen. Moving at over 6 miles per hour, but what fragment of the rock, what far older? We journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth. Through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost, they're not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3I Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong. Or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3I Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3I Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3I Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3i Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept, a symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3i Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realised. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3i Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3i Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3i Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3i Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3i Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. Billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged. What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare, perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability, perhaps they were deliberately hiding, or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that traveled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. Perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees. Perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3i Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years. written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space, on trajectories timed to return to certain systems, at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together, using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise narrow down the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where it built civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated, that different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As 3i Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively fainter and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3i Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps Three-Eye Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens, but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy, or some higher plane of existence, then objects like Three-Eye Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth and to how humanity responded to the passage of Three-Eye Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of Three-Eye Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community, with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of Three-Eye Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after Three-Eye Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood at a threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, Researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3 Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3i Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognised that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3E Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3i Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognised it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognise the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3i Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure, or gravitational interactions. These might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3i Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, truly the first or the last. What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything. The names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind. A whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology and philosophy alike. We will consider the possibility that everything we think we know about human history is only the latest chapter in a book that has been written, burned, and rewritten countless times before. This is not a story of doom. It is a meditation on cycles, on the strange and beautiful rhythm that governs all things, seasons, stars, empires, consciousness itself. And as you listen, as your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, perhaps you will begin to see the pattern too. Perhaps you will recognize that the end of one world is always the beginning of another. The first clue lies buried beneath the earth, waiting in layers of sediment and stone. Archaeologists dig through time itself, peeling back centuries like pages in a book, and what they find is not a smooth progression from primitive to advanced, but something far stranger. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance. possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable: that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens, because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. And perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness, the fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining, but perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for, societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? The idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death, and then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarok, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Even in physics, we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organization. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organization. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others? The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblans of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources, and we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, but each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The center cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined, but the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it, but it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, but stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekperosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life. The collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to see them grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps, over many cycles, over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it, to be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims, to ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line, but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more, but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities, to build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility. We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now in this moment with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental, too deeply woven into the nature of things. But we can choose how we move through it. We can choose to be conscious participants rather than unconscious victims. We can choose to plant seeds for the future even as we acknowledge that the present is changing. We can choose to face uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. The mechanics of memory. There's a particular kind of tragedy in the loss of knowledge, not the loss of a life, which is singular and immediate, but the loss of understanding accumulated over generations, refined through centuries, tested by time. When a civilization falls, it doesn't just lose its buildings and its borders, it loses its memory. Consider the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient wisdom. The numbers vary depending on the source. Some say 400,000 scrolls, others claim as many as 1 million, but the precise count matters less than what it represented. Humanity's attempt to gather all knowledge in one place, to create a memory palace for civilization itself. When it burned, and it burned multiple times, in multiple ways across several centuries, we lost works we'll never recover. The complete plays of Sophocles and Euripides, treatises on mathematics and astronomy, histories of peoples whose names we no longer remember, gone, not just destroyed, but forgotten so thoroughly that we don't even know what we've lost. But here's what haunts me about Alexandria. It wasn't just the fire. The library had been declining for decades before its final destruction. Funding dried up, scholars left. The culture that valued such a place, that saw the preservation of knowledge as a sacred duty, had already begun to fade. The fire was merely the final act of a longer tragedy, the physical manifestation of a civilization that had stopped believing in its own future. This is how knowledge dies, not usually in dramatic conflagrations, but in slow erosion, in the gradual shift of priorities, in the moment when a society decides that maintaining the old wisdom is less important than addressing immediate concerns, in the generation that forgets to teach what the previous generation knew. The Dark Ages in Europe, misnamed, as we've discussed, but dark in one specific sense, saw the loss of tremendous technical and intellectual knowledge. The Romans had concrete that could set under water, aqueducts that moved millions of gallons with perfect precision, surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for 1,000 years. They had a postal system that spanned a continent, a legal framework of stunning sophistication, agricultural practices refined over centuries. And then, within a few generations, much of it was simply forgotten. Not everywhere, of course. This is crucial. Knowledge doesn't vanish uniformly. It retreats to pockets, to refuges, to the margins. While Europe fragmented, monasteries became arks of literacy. Monks in cold stone rooms copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving texts they sometimes couldn't even read, in languages they didn't speak because they understood that memory mattered. They were the bridge across the gap, the thin thread of continuity between the classical world and what would eventually become the Renaissance. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad was gathering and translating the works of Greek philosophers, Indian mathematicians, Persian astronomers. They weren't just preserving this knowledge, they were building on it, extending it, creating new synthesis. When Europe finally emerged from its fragmentation, much of what it rediscovered came back through Arabic translations, knowledge that had been kept alive in a different civilization's memory. This is the pattern. Knowledge flows like water, seeking the lowest point, the path of least resistance. When one civilization can no longer hold it, it seeps elsewhere, finding new vessels, new guardians. The question is never whether knowledge can be preserved, it's whether there are people willing to do the preserving, and whether the conditions exist for that preservation to matter. Indigenous cultures understood this deeply. Without written language, they developed oral traditions of stunning complexity and durability. The Aboriginal Australians maintained songlines, navigational maps encoded in story and song, for tens of thousands of years. These weren't just directions, they were cosmologies, legal systems, ecological knowledge, all woven together in narratives that could be passed from generation to generation with remarkable fidelity. The songs contained information about water sources, seasonal patterns, the behaviour of animals, the properties of plants. They were living libraries carried in human memory. But oral traditions are fragile in their own way. They require unbroken chains of transmission. They need communities intact enough to pass knowledge down. When colonization shattered these communities, when children were taken from their families and forbidden to speak their languages, entire libraries burned, not in fire, but in silence. Knowledge that had survived ice ages and continental shifts vanished within a single generation. Now we live in an age of unprecedented information storage. We have more knowledge accessible at our fingertips than any previous civilization could have imagined. The entire library of Alexandria could fit on a device smaller than a book. We've digitized millions of texts, created redundant backups, distributed information across global networks. Surely we think we've solved the problem of memory. Surely our knowledge is safe. But is it? Digital storage is remarkably fragile. Hard drives fail. Formats become obsolete. The websites we built 20 years ago are already archaeological sites. Their links broken, their content lost. We call it link rot, this gradual decay of the digital world. But it's more than that. It's the same process that claimed Alexandria, just faster. We're creating more information than ever before, but we're also losing it at an unprecedented rate. And there's something else, something more subtle. We're losing the context. We have access to vast amounts of data, but we're losing the frameworks that make that data meaningful. A medieval monk copying a manuscript might not understand Latin perfectly, but he was embedded in a tradition that gave the text significance. He knew why it mattered. We have search engines that can find any fact in seconds, but we're losing the deep literacy that connects facts into understanding, that transforms information into wisdom. This is the paradox of our moment. We have more memory than ever, but it's increasingly shallow. We can access the surface of everything but struggle to go deep into anything. We've optimized for retrieval but not for integration, for storage but not for meaning. What gets remembered and what gets forgotten is never neutral. It's always a choice, conscious or unconscious, about what matters. The victors write the history, yes, but it's more than that. The powerful decide what's worth preserving. The dominant culture determines which languages, which stories, which ways of knowing get passed down and which get erased. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they burned the Mayan codices, books of stunning complexity containing astronomical observations, historical records, mathematical knowledge. Only 4 survived. 4 out of thousands. The Spanish saw them as pagan, as dangerous, as obstacles to conversion. They couldn't read them, didn't value them, and so they destroyed them. And with them went knowledge we'll never recover, not just facts, but entire ways of understanding the world. This is happening now, in our time. Languages are dying at an astonishing rate, 1 every 2 weeks by some estimates, and with each language goes a unique way of categorizing reality, a distinct set of concepts and relationships, knowledge about local ecosystems and traditional practices. We're experiencing a mass extinction of human knowledge, and most of us don't even notice. But here's what gives me hope. Memory is more resilient than we think. It hides in unexpected places. It survives in fragments, in traces, in the margins of the dominant narrative. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that rewrites what we thought we knew. Linguists discover that supposedly dead languages left traces in the languages that replaced them. Geneticists find that populations we thought were wiped out actually mixed with and influenced later peoples. The cycle doesn't erase everything. It transforms. It recombines. It carries forward what's essential, even if the form changes beyond recognition. The question for us, living in this moment of potential transition, is: what are we choosing to remember? What are we fighting to preserve? And what are we willing to let go? Because we can't save everything. The attempt to preserve all knowledge equally is itself a kind of forgetting, a failure to discriminate between what's vital and what's merely interesting, between wisdom and trivia. Every civilization has to make choices about what matters enough to carry forward. Those choices reveal what we value, what we believe about the future, what we think is worth the effort of transmission. The monasteries that preserved classical texts through the Dark Ages didn't save everything. They made choices, often based on religious criteria that seem arbitrary to us now. But they saved something. They maintained the thread. And that was enough for the Renaissance to eventually pull on that thread and begin weaving again. We need to think like those monks, not in terms of their specific values, but in terms of their commitment to preservation even when the immediate utility wasn't clear. They copied texts they couldn't fully understand because they trusted that future generations might need them. They were good ancestors. What would it mean to be good ancestors now? What knowledge should we fight to preserve, not just in databases and servers, but in living practice, in communities of understanding, in ways that can survive disruption? What are the essential seeds that need to be carried through whatever transition is coming? These aren't abstract questions, they're urgent, practical matters. Because if the cycle continues, and everything suggests it will, then what we choose to remember now will shape what's possible later. The memory we maintain becomes the foundation for the next beginning. The psychology of endings. There's a cognitive bias psychologists call normalcy bias, the tendency to believe that things will continue functioning the way they always have, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It's why people don't evacuate before hurricanes, why they stay in their homes as floodwaters rise, why they go to work on the morning of a coup. The mind struggles to accept that the normal patterns of life are breaking down. It's easier to believe that this is temporary, an aberration, that things will return to normal soon. Civilizations suffer from normalcy bias too, perhaps even more acutely than individuals, because civilizations are made of institutions, and institutions are designed for stability. They're built on the assumption of continuity. They have procedures for dealing with known problems, but they struggle to adapt when the fundamental conditions change. The late Roman Empire is a masterclass in civilizational normalcy bias. For decades, centuries even, the signs of decline were visible to anyone willing to look. The borders were increasingly difficult to defend. The economy was stagnating. The political system was producing emperor after emperor through violence and instability. The population was declining. The tax base was shrinking. The infrastructure was crumbling. And yet, life went on. The Senate still met. The games still happened in the Colosseum. The wealthy still built villas and threw elaborate parties. The bureaucracy still functioned, processing paperwork, collecting taxes, maintaining the fiction of imperial power. Because what else would they do? The Roman Empire was the world as they knew it. It had existed for so long that its end was literally unthinkable. There's a letter from Sidonius Apollinaris, a Roman aristocrat writing in the 5th century CE, that captures this perfectly. He's describing a dinner party, the food, the conversation, the literary games they played. It's charming and cultured and completely oblivious to the fact that the Western Roman Empire is in its final decades. Germanic kingdoms are carving up the provinces. The emperor is a puppet. The old order is collapsing. And Sidonius is writing about dinner parties. Is this denial? Decadence? Or is it something more human? The need to maintain normalcy in the face of overwhelming change? Maybe it's all three. Maybe they're not as different as we think. We judge the late Romans harshly for not seeing what was coming, for not acting to prevent the collapse. But would we have done differently? Are we doing differently? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through our own version of this. The signs of systemic stress are everywhere. Climate change is accelerating. Biodiversity is collapsing. Inequality is widening. Political systems are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. The social fabric is fraying. And yet, we go to work. We plan for retirement. We argue about trivial things on social media. We maintain the routines of normal life because the alternative, accepting that the fundamental conditions are changing, is too destabilizing to contemplate. This isn't stupidity. It's how human psychology works. We're pattern recognition machines, and the patterns we know best are the ones we've experienced. We have no experiential template for civilizational collapse, because it happens so slowly, across generations, that no individual experiences the full arc. What we experience is a series of small changes, each one explicable, each one manageable, each one not quite enough to break the pattern of normalcy. The psychologist Robert J. Lifton studied survivors of Hiroshima and found that many of them, in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, tried to maintain normal routines. They went to work, or tried to. They worried about being late. They apologized for their appearance. The mind, confronted with the incomprehensible, reaches for the familiar. Civilizational decline is different from a bomb. It's slower, more ambiguous, but the psychological response is similar. We normalize the abnormal. We adjust our expectations downward incrementally. We tell ourselves stories that make the changes seem less significant than they are. It's always been this way. Things were worse in the past. Technology will solve it. Someone will figure it out. These aren't lies exactly. They're coping mechanisms. They're how we maintain psychological equilibrium in the face of uncertainty. But there's a cost to this. The cost is that we don't prepare. We don't adapt. We don't make the hard choices that might ease the transition. We wait until crisis forces our hand, and by then, the options are much more limited. The Maya are instructive here. We know from archaeological evidence that they experienced a long period of environmental stress, deforestation, soil erosion, drought. The signs were there for generations, and yet the response was often to double down on the existing system. Build more monuments, conduct more rituals, intensify agricultural production, the very things that were causing the stress. Why? Because the system had worked before, because the monuments and rituals were tied to their understanding of cosmic order, because changing course would have required admitting that the fundamental assumptions were wrong. And that's psychologically very difficult, especially for the elites whose power and identity are tied to the existing system. This is the trap of success. The strategies that brought a civilization to prominence become sacred. They're not just practical approaches, they're part of the civilization's identity, its story about itself. To abandon them feels like betraying everything that made the civilization great. And so, even as conditions change, even as the old strategies stop working, there's tremendous resistance to adaptation. The Easter Islanders kept cutting down trees even as their island became deforested. The last tree that was cut, someone cut it knowing it was the last tree. What were they thinking? Were they in denial? Did they believe it would grow back? Did they simply not care about the future? Or were they trapped in a system where cutting trees was what you did, where the immediate need outweighed the long-term consequence, where the social pressure to conform was stronger than the individual impulse to preserve? We'll never know, but we can recognize the pattern. We can see it in ourselves. There's another psychological dimension to endings, the strange comfort of decline. This sounds paradoxical, but there's a relief in letting go, in accepting that you don't have to maintain the impossible anymore. The late Roman aristocrats, for all their denial, must have also felt the burden lifting. They didn't have to pretend the empire would last forever. They didn't have to solve unsolvable problems. They could focus on what was immediate and real, the dinner party, the poem, the conversation with friends. The Japanese have a concept called mono-no aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. There's a beauty in autumn leaves precisely because they're falling. There's a poignancy in the cherry blossoms because they bloom for such a short time. The transience is part of the beauty. Can we apply this to civilizations? Can we find a way to appreciate what we have while acknowledging that it won't last? Can we hold both the grief of ending and the gratitude for what was? The Stoics thought so. They practiced negative visualization, imagining loss, contemplating impermanence, not to be morbid, but to fully appreciate the present. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations while the Roman Empire was already showing signs of strain, kept reminding himself that everything passes. All things fade and quickly turn to myth, he wrote. This wasn't despair. It was a way of staying present, of not taking anything for granted, of finding meaning in the moment rather than in the illusion of permanence. But there's a tension here, isn't there, between acceptance and action, between acknowledging impermanence and fighting to preserve what matters, between being a good Stoic and being a responsible citizen. Maybe the answer is that we need both. We need the wisdom to accept what we can't control, the fundamental nature of the cycle, the impermanence of all things, and the courage to act on what we can control, our choices, our values, the seeds we plant for the future. The psychology of endings is ultimately about how we hold paradox, how we live with uncertainty, how we maintain meaning in the face of loss, how we act with purpose while accepting that the outcome is beyond our control. This is hard. It's much easier to fall into denial or despair, to pretend everything is fine or to give up entirely. The middle path, clear-eyed acceptance combined with committed action, requires a kind of psychological sophistication that doesn't come naturally. But it's the only path that honours both the reality of the cycle and the dignity of human agency. It's the only way to be fully present in this moment of transition, neither clinging to a past that's gone nor fleeing into fantasies of a future we can't control. The Romans didn't have this wisdom, or couldn't access it. They clung to normalcy until normalcy was no longer possible. And then they were swept away by changes they hadn't prepared for. We have the chance to do better, not to prevent the cycle, that's not within our power, but to move through it with awareness, with intention, with grace, to be the generation that saw clearly, that chose wisely, that planted seeds even in the autumn of our civilization. In the year 476 CE, the last Western Roman Emperor Romulus Augustulus was deposed. History marks this as the fall of Rome, the end of the ancient world. But in the monasteries of Ireland, something else was happening. Monks were copying manuscripts. They were preserving Latin texts, maintaining literacy, creating illuminated gospels of stunning beauty. They didn't know they were saving Western civilization. They were just doing their work day by day, believing it mattered. This is how renewal actually happens, not through grand plans or heroic interventions, but through small groups of people maintaining practices, preserving knowledge, keeping alive the seeds that will eventually grow into something new. The Irish monasteries became centres of learning while Europe fragmented. They sent missionaries back to the continent, re-Christianizing and re-civilizing regions that had fallen into chaos. They brought books, literacy, agricultural techniques, organizational skills. They were the bridge between the Roman world and medieval Europe, the carriers of cultural DNA across the gap. This pattern repeats throughout history. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad in 1258, destroying the House of Wisdom and throwing so many books into the Tigris that the river ran black with ink, it seemed like the end of Islamic intellectual culture. But the knowledge had already spread. Scholars had carried texts to Cairo, to Cordoba, to Samarkand. The network was distributed enough that no single catastrophe could destroy it entirely. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they tried to erase indigenous cultures completely. They burned the codices, banned the languages, destroyed the temples. And yet, the cultures survived. They went underground. They mixed with Catholicism, creating syncretic traditions that preserved old knowledge in new forms. They maintained practices in secret, passing them down through families, through communities, through the very act of survival. This is the resilience of culture. It's not fragile in the way we often think. It's more like mycelium, the underground network of fungal threads that connects a forest. You can cut down all the trees, but if the mycelium survives, the forest can regrow. Culture works the same way. The visible structures can collapse, but if the underlying network of practices, values, and knowledge persists, renewal is possible. The Renaissance is the most famous example of this. We think of it as a sudden flowering, a rebirth of classical learning. But it was actually the culmination of centuries of preservation and transmission. The texts that inspired Renaissance humanists had been kept alive by Byzantine scholars, by Islamic translators, by medieval monks. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Greek scholars fled west, bringing their libraries with them. They found an audience ready to receive what they carried, an audience that had been prepared by centuries of slow cultural work. This is the key: insight. Renewal requires preparation. The seeds need soil. The knowledge needs people ready to receive it, to understand it, to build on it. The Renaissance happened because medieval Europe had developed the economic surplus, the social structures, the intellectual curiosity to make use of classical knowledge. The seeds had been there all along, but they needed the right conditions to germinate. What are the seeds in our civilization? What are the practices, the knowledge, the values that need to be preserved through whatever transition is coming? Some are obvious, scientific knowledge certainly, medical techniques, agricultural practices, engineering principles. These are the practical seeds, the ones that directly enable survival and rebuilding. But there are other seeds, less tangible but equally important, the idea of human rights, the practice of democracy, the value of education, the commitment to truth-seeking, the appreciation of beauty, the capacity for empathy. These are cultural seeds, and they're more fragile than the practical ones because they require not just preservation but active practice. You can store scientific knowledge in books, but you can't store democracy or empathy. They have to be lived. This is where communities become crucial. The seeds of renewal are always carried by groups, not individuals. The Irish monasteries worked because they were communities with shared purpose. The Islamic scholars who preserved Greek philosophy worked because they were part of intellectual networks that valued and supported their work. The indigenous cultures that survived colonization did so because communities maintained their practices even under tremendous pressure. What are our communities? Where are the groups committed to preserving what matters? Where are the networks that will carry the seeds through the transition? They're everywhere if you look. There are communities working on sustainable agriculture, on renewable energy, on local resilience. There are groups preserving traditional crafts, maintaining indigenous languages, teaching ancient wisdom traditions. There are networks of scientists committed to open source knowledge, of educators working to maintain critical thinking, of artists keeping alive the human capacity for beauty and meaning. These aren't preparing for collapse necessarily. Most of them are just doing work they believe in, maintaining practices they value. But that's exactly what makes them effective. The Irish monks weren't trying to save civilization. They were trying to serve God and maintain their way of life. The preservation of civilization was a side effect. This is the paradox of intentional preservation. It works best when it's not the primary goal. When you're trying to preserve something for its own sake, it becomes a museum piece, static and lifeless. But when you're practicing something because it has meaning and value in the present, it stays alive, it adapts, it evolves, and that's what allows it to survive transitions. The concept of anti-fragility, developed by Nassim Taleb, is relevant here. Anti-fragile systems don't just resist shocks, they actually benefit from them. They gain from disorder. The human immune system is anti-fragile. Exposure to pathogens makes it stronger. Evolution is anti-fragile. Environmental stress drives adaptation and innovation. Can civilizations be anti-fragile? Can we build systems that gain from disorder rather than being destroyed by it? To some extent, this is what distributed networks do. The internet was designed to be anti-fragile, to root around damage, to maintain function even when parts of the network fail. Open source software is anti-fragile. The more people who use and modify it, the more robust it becomes. Biodiversity is anti-fragile. Ecosystems with more species are more resilient to disruption. The seeds of renewal are anti-fragile when they're diverse, distributed, and embedded in practice. When knowledge exists in multiple forms, in multiple places, maintained by multiple communities, it's much harder to destroy. When practices are lived rather than just recorded, they adapt to changing conditions. When values are embodied in communities rather than just written in documents, they survive transitions. This suggests a strategy for our moment. Diversify, distribute, practice. Don't put all the seeds in one basket. Don't rely on any single system or institution. Don't just preserve knowledge abstractly. embody it in communities of practice. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway is a beautiful example of this thinking. It's a backup for the world's agricultural diversity, storing seeds from crop varieties around the world in case of catastrophe. But it's not the only seed vault. There are hundreds of seed banks around the world, and beyond that, there are millions of farmers and gardeners maintaining crop diversity through the simple act of planting and saving seeds. The vault is important, but the distributed network is more important. The vault is a backup. The network is the living system, and if catastrophe comes, it will be the network, the farmers and gardeners who know how to grow food, who have the seeds and the skills and the community connections that will actually enable renewal. We need to think this way about all the seeds we want to preserve. Yes, store knowledge in libraries and databases, but also maintain it in communities of practice. Yes, write down the principles of democracy and human rights, but also practice them, embody them, pass them down through lived example. The seeds within the ruins are not just information, they're practices, relationships, values, ways of being. They're carried by people who believe in them enough to maintain them, even when the immediate utility isn't clear. They're kept alive by communities that provide the soil for growth. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need to preserve everything. You don't need to be responsible for the whole civilization. You just need to tend your patch, maintain your practice, keep alive what you value. The network will do the rest. The seeds will find their way to where they're needed. This is how renewal happens, not through grand plans, but through countless small acts of preservation and practice. Not through heroes, but through communities. Not through control, but through resilience and adaptation. The ruins of past civilizations are full of seeds. Some have already sprouted. The Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age, the countless cultural flowerings that emerged from collapse. Others are still waiting, dormant, ready to grow when conditions are right. We're planting seeds now, whether we know it or not. Every practice we maintain, every value we embody, every piece of knowledge we pass down is a seed. The question is, are we planting wisely? Are we tending the soil? Are we creating the conditions for future growth? The responsibility of awareness. There's a weight that comes with understanding. Once you see the pattern, once you recognize the cycle, you can't unsee it. You're burdened with a kind of knowledge that most people, most of the time, don't have to carry. You know that civilizations fall. You know that ours is showing the signs. You know that the comfortable assumptions of progress and permanence are illusions. What do you do with that knowledge? This is not an abstract question. It's deeply personal, deeply ethical. Because awareness creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to prevent the cycle. That's beyond any individual's power, probably beyond any civilization's power. But the responsibility to respond wisely, to make choices that honour both the present and the future, to be what the philosopher Roman Ksnarich calls a good ancestor. What does it mean to be a good ancestor? It means making decisions with the seventh generation in mind, as the Iroquois Confederacy taught. It means planting trees whose shade you'll never sit under. It means maintaining practices and preserving knowledge not because they benefit you, because they might benefit people you'll never meet. It means accepting that your life is part of a larger story, a longer arc, and that your choices ripple forward in ways you can't predict or control. This is countercultural in our time. We're trained to think in terms of immediate returns, personal benefit, measurable outcomes. We're taught to optimize for our own lifetime, our own success, our own comfort. The idea of sacrificing for people who don't exist yet, who might not even exist in the form we imagine, feels almost absurd. And yet, this is exactly what our ancestors did for us. The Irish monks who preserved classical texts didn't benefit from the Renaissance. The scientists who developed vaccines didn't live to see the diseases eradicated. The activists who fought for rights and freedoms often died before those rights were won. They planted seeds they never saw grow. We're living in the shade of trees we didn't plant. We're benefiting from sacrifices we didn't make. We're standing on foundations we didn't build. And now it's our turn. Now we're the ones who have to decide what to plant, what to preserve, what to pass forward. But here's the paradox. We're living in a moment when the future feels more uncertain than ever. How do you plant for a future you can't envision? How do you make sacrifices for people who might not exist, or might exist in conditions so different from ours that our gifts are irrelevant? This is where wisdom traditions become essential, because they've grappled with this question for millennia. They've developed frameworks for thinking about intergenerational responsibility, for finding meaning in uncertainty, for acting with purpose even when outcomes are unclear. The Buddhist concept of the bodhisattva is instructive. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to work for the liberation of all beings, even knowing that this task is infinite, that it will never be completed. They act not because they expect to succeed, but because the action itself is right. The commitment is the point, not the outcome. This is a different kind of ethics than we're used to. We're trained to think consequentially, to judge actions by their results. But what if the results are unknowable? What if the time frame is so long that we'll never see the consequences? Then we need a different foundation for ethics, one based on values and commitments rather than outcomes. The Stoics had a similar approach. They distinguished between what's in our control and what's not. We can't control whether civilization collapses or how the future unfolds, but we can control our choices, our actions, our character. We can choose to act with virtue, with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, regardless of the outcome. We can be good ancestors not because we know it will work, but because it's the right way to live. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean accepting injustice or ignoring problems. It means acting with full commitment while holding outcomes lightly. It means doing everything you can while accepting that the results are beyond your control. There's a story about a rabbi who was planting a carob tree. Someone asked him, "Why are you planting that?" "It takes 70 years for a carob tree to bear fruit. You'll never eat from it." The rabbi replied, "Just as my ancestors planted for me, I plant for my children." This is the ethic of the good ancestor. You plant knowing you won't harvest. You build knowing you won't inhabit. You preserve knowing you won't benefit. You do it because it's your turn, because you're part of a chain of generations, because the future depends on choices made in the present. But what if the future is collapse? What if the most likely outcome is that our civilization falls, that much of what we build is destroyed, that the people who come after us inherit ruins rather than flourishing? Does that change the ethical calculus? I don't think so, because even in collapse, even in ruins, the seeds matter. The knowledge preserved, the practices maintained, the values embodied. These become the foundation for whatever comes next. The Irish monks didn't know there would be a Renaissance. They just kept copying manuscripts, and centuries later, those manuscripts became the seeds of renewal. We're in a similar position. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if our civilization will adapt and transform, or collapse and be replaced. We don't know what people centuries from now will need or value. But we can make choices now that increase the chances of positive outcomes, that preserve options, that plant seeds. This is the responsibility of awareness, to act as if the future matters, even when you can't know what that future will be. To be a good ancestor, even to people you can't imagine. To maintain hope without illusion. To take action without attachment to outcomes. To plant seeds without knowing if they'll grow. But there's another dimension to this responsibility. The obligation to tell the truth. If you see the pattern, if you understand the cycle, do you have a duty to warn others? Or is there wisdom in silence, in letting people maintain their normalcy bias, their comfortable illusions? This is a genuine dilemma. There's a cost to awareness. Once you see the fragility of civilization, once you understand the depth of our predicament, it's hard to maintain the routines of normal life. It's hard to care about trivial things. It's hard to plan for a future you're not sure will exist. The burden of awareness can lead to paralysis, to despair, to a kind of anticipatory grief that makes it difficult to function. Is it kind to impose that burden on others? Is it responsible to shatter their illusions? Maybe the answer is that different people need different things. Some people need to be shaken awake, to be confronted with reality, to be called to action. Others need to be allowed their denial, their normalcy, their comfort. The art is in discerning which is which, in meeting people where they are rather than where you think they should be. But there's a baseline responsibility to live in alignment with what you know, to make choices that reflect your understanding, to be an example of what it looks like to face uncertainty with courage and grace. You don't have to convince everyone. You don't have to save the world. You just have to live with integrity, to be true to what you see. This might mean changing how you live. It might mean simplifying, localizing, building resilience. It might mean learning skills, joining communities, preserving knowledge. It might mean having difficult conversations, making uncomfortable choices, going against the grain of the culture. Or it might mean something quieter. It might mean being present with what is, appreciating what you have, finding meaning in the moment. It might mean being kind, being generous, being fully human in a time of transition. It might mean creating beauty, maintaining relationships, passing down wisdom. There's no single right way to respond to awareness. The responsibility is to respond authentically, to let your understanding shape your choices, to be a conscious participant in the cycle, rather than a passive victim. And here's what I've come to believe. The responsibility of awareness is ultimately about love. Love for the world as it is, with all its beauty and fragility. Love for the people who will come after us, whoever they are. Love for the practices and values and knowledge that make us human. Love for the mystery of existence, the great cycle of creation and destruction that we're part of. When you act from love, the question of outcomes becomes less urgent. You act because you care, because it matters, because it's an expression of what you value. You plant the carob tree not because you'll eat the fruit, but because you love the idea of shade, of sweetness, of continuity. You preserve knowledge not because you know it will be used, but because you love learning, truth, the human capacity for understanding. You work for justice not because you'll see it achieved, but because you love the vision of a world where all beings are treated with dignity. This is the deepest responsibility of awareness, to let what you know deepen your love rather than harden your heart, to let understanding lead to compassion rather than cynicism, to let the recognition of impermanence make you more present, more grateful, more alive. We're living in a time of transition. The cycle is turning. The old order is showing its age. What comes next is uncertain. But we're here now with choices to make and seeds to plant. We're the ancestors of whatever future emerges. We're the bridge between what was and what will be. That's a profound responsibility, but it's also a profound gift. We get to participate in the great cycle. We get to plant seeds in the ruins. We get to be part of the story of how one world ends and another begins. And so we arrive at the end of this meditation, though of course it's not really an end, but a pause, a breath before the cycle continues. The civilization reset is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a rhythm that has played out countless times and will play out countless times more. We are living through one iteration of this pattern, and while we can't know exactly how it will unfold, we can recognize the signs, understand the forces at work, and make choices that honor both the past and the future. The great civilizations of the past, Egypt, Rome, the Maya, the Indus Valley, all believed they would last forever. They built monuments to eternity, created systems they thought were unshakable, told themselves stories of permanence, and yet they fell, as all things fall, making way for what came next. We are no different. Our civilization, for all its technological marvels and global reach, is subject to the same forces that brought down every civilization before us. Environmental limits, social complexity, the diminishing returns of growth, these are not problems we can solve through cleverness alone. They are features of the cycle, challenges that every civilization must face. But here's what's different about our moment. We have the accumulated knowledge of all those previous cycles. We have the myths and legends that encode their wisdom. We have the archaeological evidence of their rise and fall. We have the scientific understanding of the patterns that govern complex systems. We have, in other words, the opportunity to be conscious of the cycle in a way that previous civilizations may not have been. This consciousness doesn't give us the power to escape the cycle, but it gives us the power to navigate it with greater wisdom, to recognize when we're clinging to structures that no longer serve us, to let go of what needs to die so that something new can be born, to preserve what's essential and release what's not, to face the future not with fear, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is part of the larger pattern of existence. The cycle teaches us that nothing lasts forever, but it also teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost. The knowledge of the ancient Egyptians influenced the Greeks, who influenced the Romans, who influenced the medieval scholars, who influenced the Renaissance thinkers, who influenced us. The thread continues, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but never broken. Each civilization adds its verse to the song, and the song continues even when individual voices fall silent. What verse will we add? What will we contribute to the ongoing story of human consciousness? These are the questions that matter, the questions that give meaning to our brief time in the sun. Perhaps we'll contribute new technologies that help future generations live more sustainably. Perhaps we'll contribute new forms of social organization that are more just and equitable. Perhaps we'll contribute art and stories that capture something essential about the human experience. Or perhaps our contribution will be simpler, the recognition that we are part of a cycle, that our role is not to conquer nature or escape mortality, but to participate fully in the dance of creation and destruction, knowing that both are necessary, both are sacred. The stars above us have been shining for billions of years. They've witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, countless civilizations, countless forms of life. They'll continue shining long after our civilization has become a memory, long after our species has evolved into something else or vanished entirely. And yet, in this moment, we are here. We are conscious. We are part of the universe becoming aware of itself. That awareness is precious. It's what allows us to see the pattern, to understand the cycle, to make choices that ripple forward into the future. It's what allows us to create beauty in the face of impermanence, to love even though we know we'll lose, to build even though we know it won't last. The cycle will continue. Civilizations will rise and fall. The earth will turn. The seasons will change. The great wheel of time will keep spinning. And somewhere in that endless turning there will always be humans, or whatever we become, asking the same questions we're asking now. Why are we here? What does it mean? How should we live? The answers change with each cycle, but the questions remain. They're the thread that connects us to those who came before, and those who will come after. They're the proof that consciousness persists, that the search for meaning continues, that the cycle is not meaningless repetition, but an ongoing exploration of what it means to exist. So as you drift towards sleep, as your mind moves between waking and dreaming, let yourself feel the rhythm of the cycle, the rise and fall of your breath, the beating of your heart, the turning of the earth beneath you. You are part of this pattern, this ancient dance of creation and destruction, memory and forgetting, ending and beginning. The civilization reset is not something to fear. It's something to understand, to accept, to work with rather than against. It's the universe's way of renewing itself, of clearing away what no longer serves to make room for what might be. And in that clearing, in that space between one world and the next, there is possibility. there is potential. There is the chance for something new to emerge. What that something will be, we cannot know, but we can trust that it will come, as it always has, as it always will. The cycle continues, the story goes on, and we, for this brief moment, are part of it. Witnesses to the pattern, participants in the dance, carriers of the flame that has been passed down through countless generations and will be passed on to countless more. Rest now in that knowledge. Let it comfort you. Let it free you from the need to hold on too tightly, to control what cannot be controlled, to make permanent what is by nature temporary. The cycle will take care of itself. Your task is simply to live fully, to love deeply, to create beautifully, and to trust that whatever comes next will be exactly what needs to be. The civilization reset is not an ending, it's a transformation. And transformation, though it may be painful, is also the source of all growth, all evolution, all new beginnings. The cycle continues, the wheel turns, and somewhere in the darkness, a new dawn is already beginning to break. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system, but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We are not just observing the trial, we are helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we are not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we're not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination, but taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human